Chapter 20. Well, gentlemen, congratulations, you've got a job. After understanding the situation, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before nodding to the people in front of him. He officially accepted them as his employees. When they heard Jiang Hai's words, there was a hint of joy on their faces. They didn't expect to find a job so quickly. Then, they simply set their salaries. Because Jiang Hai set Robbins Garcia's salary at $800 per week, he didn't set it too low. Burke's salary was $750 per month, Felix Turner's was $750 per month, Harriman Fell's was $700 per week, and Bell Lester's was the same. However, this was just a fixed salary. If there was a profit to be made, there would naturally be bonuses. After setting the money, Jiang Hai and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The first batch of people was recruited. If they wanted to find the winemaker and crew, they wouldn't be able to find them here. According to Felix Turner, who used to be a crew member, if they wanted to find crew members, they had to go to another bar. Winthrop was a real seaside town. If they wanted to find cowboys here, they could only find them at Cowboys' Song. However, it was much easier to find sailors. After everything was discussed, the two got into Robbins Garcia's old pickup truck and headed to Jiang Hai's manor. Shoo, this time the structure of the farm is finally established. Sitting in the truck, Jiang Hai whispered as he looked at the scene that kept retreating. However, after hearing his words, Robbins Garcia laughed. "Boss, you're too naive. Now that we've found the people, we still have to buy cows. Oh, by the way, if you want to raise so many cows, you'll need a lot of cattle dogs. We also need to buy those. Also, we can't always rent them. We need too many. There's also a lawnmower and a machine to clean the barn. Phew, I haven't raised cows for a long time. Now that I think about it, it's really troublesome. Just raising cows was already so troublesome. When it came to raising fish, it would be even more troublesome." However, in Jiang Hai's opinion, raising fish was actually much easier. Because of his blood, he only needed to dilute it a little and sprinkle it by the water. He believed that the little fish wouldn't run away, and it was very likely that it would attract other big fish. However, he couldn't say that. As for raising cows, he had thought about it. Feeding them his blood? He wasn't that perverted. However, if he smeared the diluted blood on the grass, after the cows ate the grass, even if the effect would be reduced, it would still not be good. However, this time, he would probably bleed again. Fortunately, he could replenish his blood quickly here. A drop of blood could be recovered in a day, so he did not feel particularly distressed. "Do you still want to buy a dog? What kind of dog do you want to buy?" Temporarily withdrawing his thoughts, Jiang Hai asked Robbins Garcia. "Oh, then this is particular." Hearing Jiang Hai's question, Robbins Garcia said with a smile. "Cattle dogs are similar to shepherd dogs, but there are some differences because cattle are different from sheep. Although their personalities are gentle, cattle are too strong, and they have a certain degree of aggression. Therefore, only smart, large dogs can be chosen for cattle dogs. Currently, there were 4 breeds of cattle dogs selected by cattle farmers. They were the Australian cattle dog, the Belgian cattle dog, the Japanese cattle dog, and the German cattle dog. The German cattle dog was an improved version of the German cattle dog. As for the German cattle dog, it is the legendary blackback. When choosing cattle dogs, they mainly choose those who are smart and strong. Some people said that in terms of intelligence, these dogs can't compare to Sumu, but Sumu is too weak. In terms of strength, those large dogs such as Caucasian and Doberman are stronger, but these dogs are too stupid. However, for Jiang Hai, this is not necessarily the case. After all, he has the ability to improve the IQ of these dogs, but he didn't tell others. In addition to dogs, according to Robbins Garcia, the second thing to buy is a flatbed truck. The so-called flatbed truck is not the kind that is pushed by hand, but the flatbed truck that is hung behind a pickup truck to pull cattle. For this, a big pickup truck is needed. The more horsepower, the better. It also needs a machine to clean the cowshed. It can be imagined that if Jiang Hai wants to buy cattle, even if there are 20,000 of them, how much shit do they have to poop in a day? If there are hundreds or thousands of them, it can be solved manually, but how to solve 20,000 of them? If people do it, it can't be done in a few days, so a machine to clean these things is needed. When the cattle are released during the day, it must clean here. Before the cattle come back at night, it must be cleaned. This is really not an easy task. Thinking about the things he still had to do, Jiang Hai had a headache. He was very lazy and afraid of trouble, but it seemed that he had found himself a big trouble. Tidying up his mood, after all, he had already spent the money, and he wasn't going to sell this place, so he could accept this idea. Tidying up his mood, Jiang Hai suddenly remembered what Luo Binci said when he came here. By the way, Robbins Garcia, when you came, you said that I still need to file taxes? What taxes? I didn't make any money. Looking at Robbins Garcia, Jiang Hai asked strangely. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins Garcia was stunned for a moment, then explained. In fact, when he was in China, no matter what forum or website, there were always some US or European bragging. Every day, they said that the living environment in the US is good, the air is good, the food is good, the living is good, the sleep is good, the work is good, the money is good, and so on. It is simply like heaven, but in fact, there is one advantage in China that is completely incomparable. That is the tax policy. To be honest, there are very few people who know about paying taxes in China. The highest individual income tax in China is only 20%. It seems a lot, and 1/5 of it is given to the country, but compared to the US and Europe, it is far worse. In the past, Jiang Hai didn't come, so he didn't know. Now that he is here, he also learned about some taxes when he applied for a green card. For example, the federal tax and state tax. The state tax in Massachusetts is one of the lowest in the US. Even if Jiang Hai's ranch becomes profitable in the future and reaches the highest level, it will only be 5% tax. But the federal tax is high. Even if it is calculated according to the subsidies, the highest tax rate is 39.6%. After deducting the subsidies, there is still about 35% left. That means that 40% of the money he earns every year has to be given to the US. At the same time, he also has to pay 6.2% of the Social Security Fund, which is his pension. It is also called Social Security Fund in China. There is also 1.45% of the Medical Insurance Fund. Of course, this also has to be divided. Jiang Hai is not very clear about the details, but he knows that half of his annual income will not go into his pocket. He can only laugh at this. But the problem now is that he hasn't earned any money yet. What money should he pay? It turns out that he is too naive. In the United States, everything was about money. Every breath you took was about money. It was really about money. Jiang Hai has to pay property tax every year for the land he bought. It does not matter if he earns money or not. Also, Jiang Hai owns a large piece of land. He has to pay the most high-end property tax, 3.6%. Of course, most of the land is grassland and fish farm. But these are also subject to tax. To balance things out, he has to pay 1.2% of the land use tax every year. The price of this land is $280 million. If there are no accidents, just the land use tax alone is $336 million per year. This does not include the medical insurance. If he gets married and has children in the future, the education fund will be very expensive. After all, the schools here are divided into public and private schools. But public schools were really not good. On the contrary, private schools were much better. But the price was also much better. Oh my God! Hearing Luo Binxi's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but rub his temples. He felt that his head was about to explode. Why are there so many problems? When I read novels before, it didn't mention that there are so many problems in the US. He feels like he has been deceived by others. He thinks that everything is too perfect. If I knew this, I would have just bought a piece of land and dug into the mountains. Jiang Hai muttered in a low voice. When he said this sentence, he used Chinese, so Luo Binxi didn't understand it. But he can see that Jiang Hai's current mood doesn't seem to be very good, so he consciously shut his mouth. Life in the US is indeed very difficult. According to the news released in the US in 2011, the median family income in the US is about $50,000 per year. If this is the case, they have a small villa in the suburbs, a husband and wife, 2 children, a dog, and 2 cars. After paying the tax, they can only get subsidies to live. Not to mention the US, even in the Wuxia, $50,000 per year. If you live alone, you can live very well, but if you live as a family, what if the children have to go to school? And the elderly have to take care of, sigh. After Jiang Hai returned home, he didn't go straight to bed. Instead, after taking a shower, he opened the laptop he specially brought from China. It was cheaper to buy a laptop abroad, and the performance was better, but the problem was that there was no Chinese operating system, so he couldn't understand it. Since he came back to China this time, he brought it along. The computer, the phone, all came with a set. After he opened the computer, he carefully calculated the money he had left. Luo Binxi didn't know how much money Jiang Hai had now. In fact, only Jiang Hai knew how much money he had. Those stones were sold for a total of $332 million. Buying this manor cost a total of $280 million. He still had $52 million left. After renovating the house, buying things, and going back to China, he had basically spent all of his remaining $2 million. Today's update, please bookmark it, 2 chapters in a row. Chapter 21. Dong Xuebing looked at the remaining 50 million in his bank account. Let's round it up to 50 million. Based on what Jiang Hai had said in the past, he wants to buy 20,000 cows. The price of a mature cow is about $1,000. This is what Robbins told him. This is not referring to dairy cows, but beef cows. Angus cows are the most common breed in the US. It was $1,000 per head, so 20,000 would be $20 million. Together with the cars, feed, handcarts, and machines, it would cost almost $10 million a year. Raising cattle would cost $30 million. Compared to that, the salary given to Robbins and the others was peanuts. After all, it was less than $200,000, which was just a fraction of what they were paid. However, the cattle cost him 2/3 of his money. This made Jiang Hai feel a bit of a loss. At the same time, the most important thing is that he might have to pay taxes. He has to take out about 10 million to pay taxes. In the United States, he inquired about the people that he can't afford to offend. If you pay even 1 cent less, the tax bureau will arrest you and auction off your assets. It seems to be fair. After auctioning off your assets, the tax bureau will deduct the money owed to them, and they will return the rest to you. But the problem is the auction price the same as the original price of your farm? Don't tell Jiang Hai that the US is fair. He does not believe that those involved in politics are as black as crows. That's why Jiang Hai does not dare to owe the tax bureau any money. Now, he only has $10 million. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. Jiang Hai roughly calculated the amount of money he can spend, and his heart aches. He only has $10 million left from his $330 million. This money is really not enough to spend. Actually, it is Jiang Hai's problem. Which place did he choose? Why did he choose this place? This time, it had really become a hot potato. But what can he do? Dong Xuebing had to bite the bullet. But he needs to change his original plan. The cows could be reared. After all, they had already recruited enough people. However, the issue of the winery and the fishing industry might have to be put on hold for now. Especially fishing. Raising fish was also very expensive. That boat of fish seedlings could not be exchanged for less than 1,000,000 yuan. And to raise cod, herring, and other fish, they needed to increase their food. Small octopus, squid, and the like also cost money. If he wanted to catch fish, he would need to buy a fishing boat. In this way, the cost of raising fish was much higher than raising cattle. In this regard, Jiang Hai was quite helpless. It seemed that he could only wait for the funds to recover. Fish, I'll raise it next year. Feeling distressed, Jiang Hai turned off the computer and went straight to bed. When Jiang Hai woke up the next morning, it was obvious that he was in high spirits. After all, he had been planning for a long time to live a rich life. At this time, he had to put down the hundreds of millions of dollars that he had planned for a long time. Unless Jiang Hai still had a way to get money, but after thinking for a long time, he seemed to have no way to get money. He had already searched the cave. He was very sure that the rest was all glass, which could be crushed. With his current abilities, his physical fitness, and the ability to breathe underwater, there was a good way, which was to look for sunken ships. Ordinary commercial sunken ships could be casually searched. The things on the ships were worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. But the problem now was that he did not dare to move. After all, he was only a human. The physical fitness of a human being was nothing in the sea. Sharks, whales, and giant squid. He didn't think that these guys would spoil him. In particular, if his blood leaked out, he would be the best meat in the sea. He would probably be eaten until there was nothing left. This was also why he did not dare to go into the water. He had no choice. In fact, Jiang Hai was not very brave. He was brave enough to fight without endangering his life, but he did not dare to go into the sea to look for sunken ships. Since he could not source them, he could only find a way to cut them off. There was nothing much to say about this. However, there was always a way out. Even if he did not raise fish now, he could still fish. After all, he went down the mountain yesterday to take a look. As far as the current situation was concerned, the underwater resources in this area were still very rich. Even if he did not raise them, the fish here could be sold for millions. If he nourished them with his blood, the price would probably be even higher. At the very least, it would not be a big problem if he bought a fishing boat and fished here first. After thinking it through, although Jiang Hai felt a little panicked, he was still prepared to temporarily suspend his bold and decisive improvement plan. Let's take it slow first. No matter what, he had bought this place. He had to bite the bullet and run it. As if he saw that Jiang Hai did not have much energy, Robbins did not say too much to Jiang Hai. He just drove to the lawyer's building in Winthrop. There, the 4 cowboys that he had found last night had been waiting there for a long time. Jiang Hai forced himself to be alert and signed a cowboy employment contract with the 4 of them. The contract was signed once a year. This was good for Jiang Hai and for them. After signing the contract, the 4 of them were obviously relieved. Now, the aquaculture industry in the United States was constantly moving to the west. Texas, Montana, and so on were the best places to graze. On the contrary, on the East Coast, because the place was too small, most of the farms went bankrupt and became residential areas. Even if there was a family farm, it was a family farm. There was no need to hire people. Although the people in the United States did not pay attention to returning to their roots like the Chinese, they also had a lot of nostalgia for their hometown. If it was not necessary, they were not willing to go so far away to an unfamiliar city for a job. In this regard, Jiang Hai could hire them here, at least they were very happy. "Boss, when do we start work?" After coming out of the lawyer's building, Philemon Turner, who was a little restless, said excitedly. For others, money may not be so urgent, but for him, it was very urgent. After all, his family was still waiting for him to take the money back to eat. The sooner the better. "You can move to my place tonight. I have a standalone villa there, enough for you to live in. Everything is ready. You just need to bring some personal belongings. If you have family members, you can go together. This way, you can save on rent." Looking at the people in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled and said to them, "It's really great, boss." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philemon Turner exclaimed excitedly. In the United States, most people don't have the habit of saving money. This is the same as the people in Europe. They spend as much as they earn. Under such economic conditions, if one wanted to buy a house, they would definitely need a loan. However, the banks would not lend much to such people. The subprime mortgage crisis in the United States had only just passed a few years ago. If it was not for a good industry and reputation, not to mention an individual, even a company would not be able to get a single cent from the bank. Therefore, if an ordinary worker wanted to buy a house in the United States, it was undoubtedly a dream. Fortunately, renting a house in the United States is very cheap, because people who have a vacant house will have to pay taxes every year if they don't rent it out. According to the average of 2% per year in the United States, a house will cost at least $500,000. $500,000, that means at least $10,000 in taxes per year, plus property management fees, broadband, cable TV lines, security fees, and so on. In the United States, police officers are not voluntary, but hired. Why are there so many police officers in the rich area? First, it's because the rich live here, so there are many police officers. Second, it's because they pay a lot of money here. After paying the house tax and so on, the government hires police officers to patrol the area outside the fixed patrol route. This is considered overtime pay, and they can earn more money. Naturally, the police officers are very willing to do it. Philemon and the others are not people who save money at first glance. This is also the case. Among these people, except for Birkdahl who owns a house of his own, the others rent a house. Now that they heard Jiang Hai say that there is a ready-made house, these people's faces were filled with different smiles. "Then go and prepare. Robbins and I will buy some things. We will have a small welcome party in the evening." Looking at the excited faces of the people in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, these people screamed and then quickly drove their cars away. In the United States, although buying a car is also taxed every year, the price of the car is too cheap. In addition, the driver's license test is one of the compulsory courses for high school graduation, and it is counted as points. Because of the driver's license and the cheap car, many people are still willing to buy a car to drive. Jiang Hai looked at the figures of these people driving away. He was also thinking about whether he should buy a car. He also had a driver's license, but unfortunately, it was not an international driver's license, so at present, he could only look at these people's cars with envy, that's all. "Wait for me to upgrade." "Sigh, there is no money to upgrade." It is not difficult for Jiang Hai to upgrade his driver's license to an international driver's license. He has already used the authority of the Centurion bank card to book an upgrade test, but it can only be taken next month. Jiang Hai curled his lips helplessly. He was ready to go to the supermarket in town with Robbins to buy some food. Now, the refrigerator in his house is empty. He just happens to have a car, and there will be some free helpers in a while. He is going to buy more. Hey, boss, didn't you say yesterday that you want to find some crew members? Do you still need them now? Just as Jiang Hai got into Robin's old pickup and was about to leave, Philip's old pickup stopped next to the car and asked Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was stunned. In his original plan, fishing was naturally to develop. But because he didn't have much money now, he didn't plan to develop so fiercely. He only planned to buy a fishing boat to catch some fish in his territory. This way, he wouldn't need too many people, but at least he would need a few people to help him. If you have any comments or suggestions, please post them in the book review and comments section. Little Faye will correct them after reading them. If you feel that this book is still readable, please add it to your collection. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 22. Hey, Ai Dehua, are you there? The two pickups stopped one after the other on the lawn of a seaside cottage. Then Philemon jumped out of the pickup and shouted into the cottage. I knew this kid was looking for him. Boss, you've really hit the jackpot this time. Only Philip can invite this guy. Looking at Philemon shouting outside, Robbins Garcia, who was unfastening his seatbelt in the car, couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai, who was about to get out of the car, couldn't help but be stunned. What does this mean? Later, he was hired by the government to train frogmen or something, but I heard that he was too stubborn. After beating the instructor, he left. He is the best fisherman here. This guy used to make a lot of money, enough for him to spend his old age in peace. Philemon married his youngest sister. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't be able to invite him. Robbins Garcia explained to Jiang Hai when he saw the puzzled look in Jiang Hai's eyes. When he heard Robbins Garcia's words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. Hunted an adult killer whale alone? If it's not a joke, then this guy may really not be an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai was also a little curious about this guy. Coming, Philemon, you have a loud voice. If it weren't for Vic's face, I would have already told you to shut up, bastard. Hearing Philemon's words, a big man also walked out of the seaside house. This big man looks about 2.1 meters tall. He is not young, in his 50s, and has a thick beard. However, his body didn't look like a man in his 50s. His muscles were bulging, and his veins were bulging. If it wasn't for his beer belly, he might have looked even more intimidating. You old bastard, I'm here to introduce you to a job. Hearing his words, Philemon didn't care and continued to talk with a smile. When he heard the word job, the big man couldn't help but be stunned. In fact, as Robbins Garcia said, he made a lot of money when he was young, and he has no wife or children. If he spends the money wisely, it will be enough for him to spend his old age in peace, but he knows his own family situation. This guy does live alone now, and he doesn't have many bad habits. He doesn't drink too much, he doesn't smoke much, and he doesn't participate in gambling much. The money is enough for this kind of life, but the problem is that he used to have a wife. Although he was divorced now, his wife had given birth to a son. His son's grades weren't good, but he still went to college this year. However, his tuition fees had cost him $50,000. This time, he was completely out of money. Adding on the tuition fees for the next few years and so on, he was already stretched thin. He wanted to go out and work. With his experience, if he went to the South Coast or the West Coast, there would be a lot of good work. But the problem was that he was a little old, and he was unwilling to leave his hometown. At this time, he was hesitating. Now that he heard Philemon say that he found a job for him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Because at this time, there are almost no large fisheries in Boston. Most of them go out to sea to fish or raise lobsters in Maine. There are not many fisheries nearby, and they won't hire him. Let me introduce you. This is my boss. He just signed the contract today. He is the current owner of Green Forest, Jiang Hai. Seeing Jiang Hai and Robbins Garcia coming over, Philip couldn't help but say, "Hello, Green Forest. That's a big guy, man. Are you going to develop the marine resources there?" Seeing Jiang Hai, Ai Dehua shook hands with him, then asked with a little excitement. "Of course, but the plan may be delayed. I don't plan to breed them for the time being. After all, I've invested more money into the ranch. The only thing I can provide is a job and a few boats. That's all." Holding Ai Dehua's hand, Jiang Hai said to him. Ai Dehua nodded at what Jiang Hai said. He was very happy with Jiang Hai's frankness. "Hi, Ai Dehua, long time no see." At this time, Robbins Garcia, who was behind Jiang Hai, also came over and patted Edouard Anderson on the shoulder and greeted him. Ai Dehua obviously knows Robbins Garcia, who is also famous here. He nodded with a smile, but his eyes were still focused on Jiang Hai. "I want to know, when are you going to develop the fishery again?" Looking at Jiang Hai, he asked with a serious face. "At least wait until the ranch funds recover some." After thinking about it, Jiang Hai also hopes to open the fishery, but the problem is still the same. Without money, how can he open it? That's not a problem. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Edouard Anderson couldn't help but laugh. "Can I ask, why is it not a problem?" Seeing Edouard Anderson's smiling face, Jiang Hai asked in confusion. "First, I really need a job now. Even if you just ask me to catch Asian carps, I will do it. Second, I have confidence in these guys. If Robbins Garcia and Philemon are under you, then Burke Dollar must be there too. With these three people, as long as there are no accidents, your ranch can be profitable in less than 2 years. This is my understanding of them and also my confidence in them." Looking at Jiang Hai, Edouard Anderson couldn't help but laugh. They are all from the same town. Needless to say, he knows who has good skills and who doesn't. It seems that Robbins Garcia does have some skills here, and his reputation is quite good. In this case, you are welcome to join us. While it's still early, let's go sign a labor contract. I have prepared a standalone villa for you. You can live there. Looking at Edouard Anderson in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua nodded with a smile and went back to pack his things. This house is his, so he doesn't need to return anything. But since Jiang Hai gave him a house to live in, he can rent it out. This is also an income. For him now, money is very important. What happened next was much simpler. Jiang Hai, Robbins Garcia, and Ai Dehua went to the law firm again to sign a new labor contract. Ai Dehua's salary is the highest among all the people here. Even Robbins Garcia has nothing to say about it. Originally, seafarers earn much more than cowboys. In the United States, the average annual income of seafarers is about $48,000, which is the same as the so-called middle class in the United States. Ai Dehua is a veteran sailor and knows how to sail almost all fishing boats. If he is in Southern California, he can earn at least $100,000 a year. Unfortunately, this is Boston, and Jiang Hai is not prepared to give him that much. Jiang Hai and him finally negotiated a price of $1,200 a week. The price for going to sea is calculated separately. In this way, he can earn $62,400 a year, which is really good. After Philemon called Ai Dehua out, he went back. Compared to other people, he has to take care of a lot of people. Naturally, it takes a longer time to pack up. After signing the labor contract with Ai Dehua, Jiang Hai and the other two men went to the supermarket in the town. It was Jiang Hai's first time shopping in Winthrop. He also looked at the prices in this town. The prices in Boston are one of the highest in the United States. The income is only ranked 9th among all the metropolitan areas, but the expenses are second only to New York. It really makes people a little speechless. Of course, the prices here are different. Compared to other places in the United States, it is indeed more expensive. But to Shanghai, the things here are really cheap, especially the meat. People in the United States don't like to eat pork, river fish, duck, and goose. They only eat liver. They don't eat dog meat, donkey meat, horse meat, and so on. Their meat menu only has beef, lamb, fish, and chicken, and the prices of these meats are honestly very cheap. As mentioned earlier, there is a problem with the classification of meat in the United States. A pound of beef is about 9 taels in China, and it is only a few dollars. If converted to RMB, it is at least 50% cheaper than in China. Also, the beef here is not watered, so there is no need to worry about any excessive toxins. The price of lamb is about the same as beef, and it might be slightly more expensive. Currently, lamb in China is also more expensive than beef. The prices of chicken and fish are the cheapest. A bag of chicken crutches is only 99 cents, and a bag of chicken wings is $1.30. If converted to RMB, it is at least 50% cheaper. These are the prices near Boston. If you are in the West, other than California, the prices will be even lower. But don't think that everything here is cheap. The vegetables here are ridiculously expensive. Jiang Hai saw with his own eyes that the vegetables in the United States cost $2 a pound. Bell peppers cost 99 cents a pound, and zucchini cost 88 cents a pound. These are the most common vegetables and are considered the cheapest among the vegetables. The premium vegetables are 3 times more expensive. Although these were definitely organic vegetables, the price was still ridiculously high. Other than those who are working, the townspeople will grow their own vegetables. If they can't finish them, they can sell them. In the United States, there is no need to worry about selling vegetables. As long as you have it, and it is of good quality, no matter how expensive it is, people will buy it. As for lettuce, in the supermarkets of the United States, it was only considered a medium-low grade vegetable. It really made people a little speechless. Today is Xiaofei's birthday. My wife invited me out for dinner, and I treated her to a movie. But I forgot to send the time stamp. I will send it to everyone immediately. Chapter 23. However, if you thought that only vegetables were expensive here, then you were too naive. Jiang Hai also felt that he was too naive. When he walked to the fruit section. In addition to vegetables, the price of the fruits here was also a little outrageous. Watermelons were 99 cents a pound, kiwis were $1 for 3, oranges were about 2 caddies, for $99. Apples were $1.99 a pound. To be honest, seeing this price, Jiang Hai missed his home country a little. These were just the fruits that were casually picked outside. The high-quality ones were even more expensive. However, Jiang Hai also saw a glimmer of business opportunity. If his ranch was used to raise cattle, he could raise 100,000 head. However, he only raised 20,000 head now. The pasture was constantly changed throughout the year, so he did not need such a large space. Some of the empty space could be used to grow some fruits and vegetables. He believed that the price of the things he grew should be higher. However, they were just looking around now. After a simple round, everyone began to buy things. Tonight, Jiang Hai said that he would treat them. Naturally, he was not careless. He bought standard beef, the best beef shoulder, $8 a pound. Jiang Hai bought 200 pounds of beef. Not only did he have to eat this tonight, but he also had to eat it on a normal day. Moreover, a manor owner like him naturally had to provide food and drink for his subordinates. This was unavoidable. 200 pounds of beef, 10 bags of chicken crutches, 10 bags of 10 wings. When Jiang Hai wanted to buy fish, he was stopped by Luo Binci and Ai Dehua. There were plenty of fish by the sea. Ai Dehua took a fishing rod and went over to fish for half an hour. It was enough for these people to eat for dinner. Therefore, there was no need to buy that. In addition, there were many other things to eat. For example, onions. The people in the United States could not stand the smell of onions, ginger, and garlic, but they liked the taste of onions very much. Onions could also suppress the rank odor of the beef. It was also very good. In addition, there were many lettuce, carrots, celery, eggplants, and so on. They were all organic. Jiang Hai was not a stingy person. Although he did not have much money now, he was not short of money. Before the Wuxia, the old people saved money by talking. But now, Jiang Hai clearly didn't need money. So, he might as well spend it. After buying the vegetables and meat, Jiang Hai bought a lot of fruit, apples, oranges, and some berries like Canadian blue plums. 2 small boxes of these berries were about 6 ounces, which cost $3. It was indeed expensive. After calculating everything, Jiang Hai spent more than $2,100. But he didn't care about this small amount of money. He left the supermarket's phone number so that he could ask them to deliver such large orders in the future. Then, he, Ai Dehua, and Luo Binci moved these things into the car. Before moving, Ai Dehua and Luo Binci were still talking about not letting Jiang Hai do it. After all, Jiang Hai was the one who paid for it. In fact, they were afraid that Jiang Hai couldn't move, and they would lose face. But they didn't expect that Jiang Hai could almost catch up to the two of them. This shocked the two. It seemed that Jiang Hai was not as weak as he looked on the surface. After buying the food, let's go get some wine. After moving the food to Luo Binci's back seat, Jiang Hai patted the door and said to Luo Binci next to him and Ai Dehua in the distance. Buy wine? Okay, let's go to Old Tony's place. His bartender is good. As long as it was a sailor or a cowboy, there was no one who didn't like wine. Now, when they heard Jiang Hai say to get wine to drink, the saliva in their mouths began to secrete. Luo Binci said directly. Old Tony's wine is really good. Then let's go. Hearing Luo Binci's words, Ai Dehua on the other side also laughed. Then, the 2 old pickups roared and came to the cowboy song bar that Jiang Hai came to last night. At this time, in the bar, it was not open yet. Only 2 waiters were there cleaning. When they saw the 3 people coming in, they were obviously stunned, but they also knew Luo Binci and Ai Dehua. After stating the purpose of their visit, they left the amount that needed to be consumed in the next few days. The rest that could be packed was bought by Jiang Hai. They bought a total of 3 barrels of self-brewed beer, plus more than 20 bottles of foreign wine. Most of these foreign wines were base, brandy, vodka, tequila, rum, and whiskey. They were relatively cheap among the foreign wines, but they were very strong. These wines only cost Jiang Hai a total of more than $300. He originally thought that it would cost more than 1,000 because he remembered that he had drunk one of them before. That kind of wine sold for more than $300 a bottle in China. If converted to dollars, it should sell for $50 here. But he didn't expect that when he calculated the bill, the wine was only worth $12. Well, Jiang Hai felt that he was cheated again, but there was no other way. When he was in China, he didn't have the channels to buy these wines. After packing the wine, Jiang Hai took his 2 men and sped all the way home. The next thing to do was to prepare the food. The people in the United States were different from the people in China. In China, especially in the Northeast, if you wanted to show your hospitality, you had to cook a lot of dishes. For example, during the New Year, or when people came to visit, the people in the Northeast would always cook a table full of dishes. Moreover, they would cook 2 dishes instead of 1. For example, if there were few people, they would cook 6 dishes, and if there were a lot of people, they would cook 10, 12, 16, and so on. The rest didn't matter, but they had to cook more to show their hospitality. But in the United States, it wasn't like this. To be honest, it was very simple for the people in the United States to cook. Basically, at gatherings like this, because of the relationship between cowboys and fishermen, beef and fish were indispensable. The beef was cut into steak and roasted. The fish was basically fried. Of course, they could also set up a fire in the yard and use it to roast. In addition, Jiang Hai originally bought sausages, chicken wings, and so on. If they wanted to eat, they could roast it themselves. What they had to do was to feed the ingredients first, then use the fiber they bought to roast it. That was all. Other than that, there was only one way to prepare vegetables and fruits. Salad. It wasn't greasy and was easy to eat. That was enough. Therefore, cooking in the United States, especially such dishes, was very simple. It took about an hour or so. Jiang Hai, Luo Haoxi, and Ai Dehua had already prepared these things. Luo Binci specially went to the warehouse and took out some branches that he usually cut down. These trees were all dead trees in the forest. When he was bored when he was patrolling, he would cut down some of them. When roasting meat, it was much better to roast it with wood than with an oven. After preparing these things, Jiang Hai and his 2 men sat in the all-terrain vehicle and went to the beach. Now, he had prepared beef, chicken wings, chicken crutches, vegetable salad, and fruit salad. As for the main dish, Jiang Hai called to order pizza. When he was in China, Jiang Hai liked to eat this thing, but it wasn't cheap in China. Before the divorce, he didn't have much spare money to eat these things. After the divorce, he had money to spare, but he didn't eat much in China. When he came to the United States, he found that the pizza in the United States was much better than in China. Of course, it was said that the best pizza was in New York, but the pizza in Boston was not bad either. He bought 10 large 16-inch pizzas at one time. It was enough for these people to eat. Now, they had to solve the problem of fish. Hey, boss, have you ever fished before? As a professional fisherman, Ai Dehua had a lot of fishing rods in his luggage. Fishing rods were also divided into many types. Some were suitable for fishing in rivers, some were suitable for fishing in ponds, and some were suitable for fishing in large reservoirs. Of course, there were also fishing rods for fishing in the sea, but there were also many types of fishing rods. They were used on ships, on reefs, and on the seaside. The length, thickness, material, and so on of the fishing rod had a lot to pay attention to. The size of the hook, the thickness of the fishing line, and even the bait of the fish, these were all things to pay attention to. People who didn't concentrate on fishing really didn't understand. Ai Dehua looked at Jiang Hai's expression of wanting to show off his skills and couldn't help but ask with a smile. I have fished before, but only by the river, reservoir, and fish pond. Scratching his head, Jiang Hai looked at Ai Dehua and said with some embarrassment. He had only seen others use sea rods, but he had never used one. Oh, boss, freshwater fish are different from saltwater fish. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua hadn't spoken yet, but Luo Binci had already said with a smile. Yes, fishing for freshwater fish is always floating fishing, but saltwater fish is different. Because the sea is too deep, so in addition to floating fishing, sea fishing is also divided into bottom fishing, boat fishing, and amusement fishing. We don't have this resource for boat fishing now. Floating fishing can only catch fish about 1 meter deep. Those fish are very small, so we basically use amusement fishing or bottom fishing. Hearing what Luo Binci said, Ai Dehua also smiled and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing them talking so enthusiastically, Jiang Hai was also a little moved. Amusement fishing requires some skills. Generally, beginners fishing on the shore are all bottom fishing. You can try it first. Seeing Jiang Hai's eager look, Ai Dehua picked up a fishing rod and handed it to Jiang Hai. This fishing rod is not like the hand fishing rod used to catch freshwater fish. The front of this fishing rod is very thick. A very thick line is tied to the bottom roller. At the top, there is a small lead pendant and a pair of fishing hooks, but there is no deep fishing line. Looking at the equipment in front of him, Jiang Hai's eyes began to shine. He took the fishing rod handed over by Ai Dehua and tried it first. With his current strength, waving these fishing rods is a piece of cake. Then, he took some small shrimps from Luo Binci. These shrimps were actually small shrimps, but they weren't small at all. Luo Binci used to catch these shrimps on the beach when he had nothing to do. These shrimps were specifically used as bait by Luo Binci. 2 chapters in a row, here. Chapter 24. Jiang Hai also knew about this type of prawn. It was the Arctic sweet prawn. It was a very good prawn. It was also sold in China. Authentic wild deep-sea prawns could be sold for dozens of RMB per catty in China. The price of seafood in Bing City was not high. Although it was not as high as the coastal areas, the seafood in Bing City was known for being cheap. Normal green prawns could be sold for about 20 renminbi per catty in Bing City, and they were still alive. Frozen prawns that could be sold for dozens of RMB per catty in Bing City were not common, especially when the size of the prawns was not considered big. But here, the shrimp was directly used as bait. Regarding this, Jiang Hai had nothing to say except for scolding them for being prodigal. Ai Dehua had told him that there were plenty of these prawns in Bing City. But under normal circumstances, these prawns lived at the bottom of the sea at a depth of 150 meters. But only on cloudy days, when it was about to rain or during a storm, these prawns would float to the surface of the sea due to lack of oxygen. At that time, they could easily catch dozens of catties of these prawns with a net. For fishermen, these prawns and the shellfish under the sea were only bait. In the US and European countries, shellfish, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and the like were rarely eaten. Even the best quality abalones among the shellfish, if they weren't particularly big, they wouldn't eat them either. To them, they didn't even understand the meaning of recklessly wasting natural resources. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since these Arctic sweet prawns were not difficult to get, Jiang Hai did not mind using them as bait. After the 3 of them put on the bait, Luo Binci threw the rod hard. Ai Dehua was not fishing by boat, so his rod was not too long. It was 2.7 meters long and the reel was about 100 meters long. Luo Binci's throw was about 50 meters long. This distance was longer than most fishing enthusiasts. As Luo Binci tightened the reel, he smiled and looked at Ai Dehua and Jiang Hai. One could tell a person's fishing skill from his throw. Seeing Luo Binci's gaze, Ai Dehua chuckled. He threw the same rod nearly 60 meters away. Looking at it with the naked eye, it was farther than Luo Binci's. Seeing this, Luo Binci couldn't help but nod secretly. This old guy really has some skills. Finally, it was Jiang Hai's turn. Although Luo Binci and Ai Dehua did not expect much from Jiang Hai, who was fishing for the first time, they still looked at him. Jiang Hai looked at the fishing rod in front of him, held the rod with both hands, and threw it out forcefully. In an instant, the lead was like a meteor, flying straight toward the sea surface. The reel under his fishing rod was also constantly releasing the reel. It was about 70 meters before the lead fell into the sea. Seeing this scene, Ai Dehua and Luo Binci were dumbfounded. Originally, they knew that the boss had a monstrous strength, but they didn't think that this monstrous strength was really a little terrifying. Feeling the surprised eyes of these 2 people, Jiang Hai chuckled. Although it was his first time fishing, it did not mean that he could not throw the rod. At least in terms of strength, he did not lose to any human. The boss is really strong. But, boss, you are dead. Taking a light breath, Ai Dehua extended his thumb to Jiang Hai, but after praising him, he added another sentence. Dead? What do you mean? Hearing what Ai Dehua said, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, then asked him. It's your hook, or lead, hanging on the reef below. If you don't believe me, you can retract the line now and see if you can pull it back. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua said with a chuckle. Hearing Ai Dehua's words, Jiang Hai tried it. Sure enough, after tightening the line, he couldn't pull it anymore. After pulling hard for a long time, Jiang Hai loosened the force. When Jiang Hai pulled the fishing line back, he found that the lead and hook had disappeared. This. Looking at the fishing line in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but say awkwardly. It's okay, this is common. I still have a lot of lead here. This thing is not expensive. $10 can buy 100 of them. Seeing Jiang Hai's embarrassed look, Ai Dehua smiled and said. Sea fishing, especially for beginners, is not easy to learn. It's very common for people to fail at the end of their fishing line. Ahem. Hearing Ai Dehua's words, Jiang Hai coughed dryly, walked to the bag next to him, took out a new hook and lead, tied them to the fishing line, and then threw the fishing line out again. This time, he used more force. This time, the fishing line flew directly into the sea 80 meters away, but in less than a minute, his face changed again because he couldn't pull it anymore. F***ck, is this thing so difficult? The second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the 11th time, the lead pendant fell off. Jiang Hai was about to give up. He felt that if he took the lead pendant and threw it into the sea, the number of fish he killed would be more than the number of fish he caught. Cough, sorry, he didn't catch a single fish. Fishing is not that easy. Little boss, when you throw the hook, you throw it very far away, but when you throw it very far away, you put out too much line. When your hook sinks into the water, it will quickly sink into the sea. When you want to reel in the line, the hook and the lead will float over and get stuck on the nearby rocks. Looking at Jiang Hai's depressed expression, Ai Dehua chuckled. As his fishing rod bent, he quickly retracted the line. Not long after, a codfish about half a meter long was lifted out of the water. Generally speaking, this kind of half-meter-long fish naturally needed to swim for a while. The strength of the fish under the water was not ordinary, but Ai Dehua was not an ordinary person. Looking at this big fish, he didn't have the slightest intention of slipping away. He directly exerted force in his arms and forcibly lifted the fish from the water and threw it to the shore. Looking at the old man's arms that were almost thicker than his head, it was not difficult to see how strong the old man's arms were. Seeing this big fish, Luo Binxi's eyes couldn't help but shine again. Good boy, this fish is enough for us to eat tonight. Luo Binxi hurriedly ran over and put the fish into the tank that was prepared early in the morning, and said with a smile. After sea fish leave the water, few fish can live for too long, so it is difficult to see fresh sea fish inland. The same is true for codfish. Basically, in the inland of the United States, the codfish seen are the kind of frozen codfish with their heads cut off. As for the difference between codfish and domestic codfish, the main difference is that domestic codfish is much smaller. The price of such a large live codfish is about $30. It is not valuable, but it is not a commodity that needs to be sold. Let's fish for fun. If we catch a small one, we can use it as bait. If we catch a big one, we can release it. I want to see how many kinds of fish there are here now and what the resources on the water are like. Ai Dehua also said with a chuckle when he heard Luo Binxi's words. He came here to fish, fishing for tonight's dinner was secondary, and the main reason was to see the fish resources here. The fish resources under the water are still very rich. I know this. There are about a dozen kinds of sea fish, and there is a coral reef. There are a lot of big and small fish, and a lot of crabs and lobsters. While tying the lead pendant, Jiang Hai said to the two people in front of him. Oh? Is the fishing resources here so rich? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua couldn't help but be stunned and said with some excitement, while Luo Binxi's face was a little surprised because he didn't know what was under the sea. Oh, before I came here, I hired some frogmen to investigate here. Seeing the surprised look on Luo Binxi's face, Jiang Hai couldn't help but scold himself for being talkative, but he will show more magical things in the future. He doesn't want to be on tenterhooks every time. Learning how to explain is also a compulsory course for him. That's the case, that's great. Seeing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua couldn't wait and threw the hook into the sea again. He wanted to see if he could catch a bigger fish. As for Jiang Hai, he had already tied his 14th lead pendant and hook and threw it into the sea. Uncle Ai Dehua, you said that the fishing resources here are so developed. Although I am not going to breed them for the time being, can I just catch them? Looking at Ai Dehua next to him, Jiang Hai asked him. I don't know the specific amount yet, but according to what you said, the value of the fishing resources here is estimated to be not small. It is completely feasible to buy a near-sea fishing boat and catch them around here. Hearing what Jiang Hai said, Ai Dehua nodded excitedly. If this is the case, then this is really a treasure land. Because this is our own fishing ground, we haven't bred them yet, so the number and time of fishing can't be too frequent. Fishing once a month is almost enough. Usually, I just need to drive the boat to patrol. On the day of fishing, I will call Philip over, plus the boss, and it's almost enough. There is no need to hire anyone. Because there is no plan to breed them at present, there is no need to put in fry, and there is no need to put in bait, which is very convenient. After talking with Ai Dehua for a while, Jiang Hai roughly determined the things he needs for the current fishery. A near-sea fishing boat, even if it is brand new, only needs about $600,000, which is already quite big. These things are not expensive because of the boat, but the oil, because the oil is very expensive. In addition, a few open boats are also needed for patrol. These things are much cheaper. The best one is about $100,000. The money to buy the boat, the net, and the reserve oil adds up to less than $1 million, which is still something Jiang Hai can afford. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod secretly. This time, he was really lucky to have recruited Ai Dehua. Today's 2 updates are delivered consecutively. Please support Xiaofan. Chapter 25. It's almost time. We should go back. As he lifted the rod again, Ai Dehua's hook was hanging a soft squid. Looking at the sky, it was almost 4:00 in the afternoon. Those people were almost here. Not to mention, these fishes still needed to be cleaned up. This afternoon, nearly 4 hours of fishing was still very good. Ai Dehua caught the most. After all, he was a professional. In 4 hours, he harvested a half-meter-long Atlantic cod and 12 herrings that were nearly 20 centimeters long. It was Jiang Hai's first time eating this kind of fish. In addition, there was a 10-centimeter-long grouper, but he let it go. According to Ai Dehua, it was better to let such a precious fish grow longer. In addition, there were 3 sea bass, a 30-centimeter-long chum, and 5 crabs. They were all deep-sea swimming crabs. This kind of crab was also very expensive in China. This crab was almost a catty in size. It could be sold for 150 yuan per catty in China. In addition to these, there were some small squid and octopus, but most of them were thrown away by him. People in the United States did not like to eat this kind of thing. As for robins, he also cleaned up a lot. He caught 5 cod, but they were all relatively small. 3 of them were more than 20 centimeters long, and 2 of them were more than 30 centimeters long. They were about the same size as the fish he invited Jiang Hai to eat. There were also 2 sea bass and 4 herrings. Compared to Ai Dehua, who caught all kinds of fish, he specialized in these fish. Because cod like to eat small squid and so on, he specifically asked Ai Dehua for a lot of octopus and squid he caught. As for Jiang Hai, well, his last place was the most stable. In 4 hours, he threw out 21 fish hooks and 18 lead blocks. He wasn't an ordinary talent. As for the harvest, it wasn't like he didn't have any harvest. If the 3 strands of seaweed could be counted as a harvest, then he did have some harvest. However, this result made him quite unhappy. No, I'll throw it one last time. I don't believe that I can't even catch a hare. Jiang Hai was a very stubborn person. After playing for 4 hours, and with someone guiding him from the side, he finally touched the threshold. In the last half an hour, he only played with the hook once. He didn't throw the lead, but still, he didn't see a single hair on the fish. Huh, alright. You're the boss. We'll clean up first. You can continue. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua laughed and put away his fishing rod. He originally wanted to throw the squid, but he threw it to Jiang Hai. Who? I don't believe it. Looking at the squid that was still moving in front of him, Jiang Hai wasn't afraid of the movements of these soft bodies. He didn't say much and picked up the squid. However, when the squid was hanging on the hook, the squid also had a mouth. Taking advantage of Jiang Hai's carelessness, the squid couldn't help but give Jiang Hai a bite. In an instant, a drop of blood was sucked into the squid's body. Damn, this is bad luck. This time, I lost the wife and the soldiers. Feeling the pain in his finger, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curse. Although the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, there was no more blood. The snake tattoo on his chest had already grown many scales, but now it had lost 3 scales. But no matter what, he had already lost his blood. He couldn't just let it go like this. Moreover, there was no way he could explain his loss of blood. So he gritted his teeth. Jiang Hai threw the lead that hooked the squid into the sea again. Maybe because he wanted to vent his anger this time, he threw it very far. The fishing line was 100 meters long, and he threw it for about 90 meters before it fell into the sea. Then, he immediately retracted the line so that the lead wouldn't sink directly to the bottom of the sea and hang on the reef. TSK, don't say that our boss fishing skills are not good, but his strength is really amazing. It's hard to imagine. He is not big. Where did this strength come from? Looking at Jiang Hai standing there in front of him, Luo Binci, who was cleaning up in the distance, couldn't help but smile and say, retracting the fishing line is very easy. Anyway, they have to wait for Jiang Hai, so Luo Binci and Ai Dehua cleaned up these fish. Cleaning up fish requires water. If they do it at home, there will be a fishy smell everywhere, and they have to throw away the garbage. The garbage in Jiang Hai's manor is very troublesome. Naturally, it is impossible to throw it on the grass field, and it is impossible to throw it into the sea. It must be processed together, but this place is still so far away from the town after all. The garbage truck will only come once every 3 days. Before that, it can only be piled up at the door. The fish offal is pushed there. The smell is needless to say. Anyway, now that there is time, it is better to clean it up directly by the sea. There is no sewage in the sea area where Jiang Hai is. The seawater is very clear, so there is no need to worry about pollution. Moreover, the fish offal, bones, and the like are not garbage when thrown into the sea. They are natural food. There are plenty of things to eat. Naturally, they don't need to worry about it. Skills are all slowly practiced. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he is the boss. As long as he wants, he can practice it anywhere. Hearing Luo Binxi's words, Ai Dehua also said with a smile. Luo Binxi knows that Ai Dehua is right. He can see that although his boss is a warm-hearted person, he doesn't know anything about farming, cowboys, herding, and fishing. He is just like the young people in the city. They are all lazy and can't distinguish the 5 grains. If such a layman always pretends to know when he doesn't know and blindly commands, they will have more headaches. So instead of him being a hindrance, it is better to let him be honest and idle. After a few days when he starts to get busy, he will have time to learn these things. Seeing Luo Binxi smiled and didn't continue, Ai Dehua also smiled. The thoughts of the two can be said to be unspoken. The boss, of course, has to be coaxed, especially in this era of economic recession. Hey, the fish is up. Just as the two were happily cleaning up, suddenly there was a voice from Jianghai over there. Hearing this voice, the two couldn't help but be stunned. They immediately looked back and saw that Jianghai had put the fishing rod into a line, and the fishing line was tight. It even felt like it could break at any time. The tip of the fishing rod was already bent a little too much. Seeing this scene, the two of them were stunned. Boss, you scraped the stone again. Ai Dehua frowned and said with a chuckle. He doesn't care about a fishing rod. The fishing rod he gave Jianghai is for beginners to play with. There is nothing special about it, only one word, sturdy. And the price is not high. A fishing rod only costs $15. He doesn't feel bad even if it is broken. But this fishing rod, even if it is cheap, is still a fishing rod. With the degree of bending of the fishing rod now, more than 95% of it scraped the stone. Otherwise, if it really caught the fish, this fish is estimated to be hundreds of pounds. How is this possible? No, it's not scraping the stone, this thing is still swimming left and right. But when he heard Ai Dehua's words, Jianghai shook his head anxiously. Hearing what Jianghai said, Ai Dehua and Luo Binxi couldn't help but look at the fishing line. Sure enough, the fishing line is swaying slightly from side to side at this time, which means that it is not scraping the stone, but it really caught a big fish. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Ai Dehua couldn't help but stand up and walk to Jianghai's side. He wanted to take the fishing rod and try it. Jianghai didn't have much confidence at this time because the fish in the sea is really too strong. Seeing that Ai Dehua was about to take over, Jianghai handed the fishing rod over to him. But just as he grabbed it, Ai Dehua felt a huge force that almost pulled him out. If it weren't for the fact that he was more than 200 pounds, he might have already fallen into the sea. Not good, it's a big fish. Boss, you pull it, I can't hold it. Gritting his teeth, Ai Dehua said, and then stuffed the fishing rod back into Jianghai's hand. Jianghai held the fishing rod and felt the huge force, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. I don't believe it. Muttering in a low voice, the muscles on Jianghai's arm bulged in an instant. This meant that he was using all his strength. He held the fishing rod firmly against his lower abdomen with one hand and began to roll the wheel with the other hand. If there was a fishing master at this time, he would definitely scold Jianghai. This is pure nonsense. Since he is sure that he caught a big fish, he shouldn't do it. What he needs to do now is not to reel in the line, but to release the line. At the same time, he should slowly roll the fish. After the fish is tired, he should pull it up to the surface of the water. But if this master is here at this time, he will probably be beaten up by Ai Dehua. This line has a total of 100 meters. Jianghai has thrown 90 meters out. There is still less than 10 meters in total. How can he release the line? The best thing to do now was to protect the fishing rod and cut off the money. But as mentioned before, the fishing rod wasn't expensive. Ai Dehua also wanted to see what such a strong fish was. At this time, his mind was constantly rolling. There were only a few types of fish in the vicinity that could have such great strength. Basically, there were only a few types: grouper, rollers, sume, golden lance, marlin, sailfish, and sharks. If it was grouper, then it would be better. Catching sume was forbidden. Rollers tasted terrible. Tuna, sailfish, marlin, and sharks were all fish that lived in the deep sea. The seabed nearby was only about 10 meters deep. It was very difficult to attract these fish. As for what kind of fish it was, he didn't know. It turns out that the fishing rod he gave Jiang Hai is really strong, and the fishing line is also abnormally strong. Although the wheel is rolling very slowly, it is still shaking slowly. This time, even Luo Binci did not clean up and came to watch together. The distance of 90 meters was long, but it wasn't short either. After about 5 minutes, Jiang Hai had already pulled the fishing line back to about 50 meters, and the big fish was officially pulled to the surface of the water. In the surprised eyes of the three people, they only saw a tall fin appear about 40 meters away from the gravity dock. Looking at the fin, the three people looked at each other. Jiang Hai is even more excited. That is a shark. In the end, he lost 8 lead blocks and 12 hooks in just 2 hours. Originally, it was 50 kwai per person, so he could fish as much as he wanted. But when I went to take the lead blocks again, the man's face turned purple. He said that if he lost more lead blocks, it wouldn't be for free anymore. He would charge me 2 kwai each. Xiaofan didn't dare to throw more lead blocks. Cough. It definitely wasn't because he cared about money. After losing the 9th lead block, Xiaofan stopped playing. Even now, the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. Chapter 26. Quick, cut the line quickly. Seeing the ferocious shark, robins began to roar, but Jiang Hai did not have the slightest intention of cutting the line. Instead, he began to reel in the line even faster. Sharks are also fish, and fish are cold-blooded animals. Cold-blooded animals have an advantage, and that is because they are warm-blooded animals, so they are easier to survive. At the same time, they have extremely strong explosive power, but this advantage is also a disadvantage. Their explosive power is strong, but their endurance is too poor. If it is like an ordinary fisherman, fishing and releasing the line, the shark can still rest for a period of time while raging. Physical strength will be lost, but it will not be lost too quickly. But Jiang Hai is different. He is fighting head-on from the beginning. The shark's physical strength is lost very quickly. This is like a tug-of-war. If the strength of the two sides is not much different, then one side will go a little bit, and the other side will go a little bit. It will be difficult to determine the winner. But if one side uses full strength from the beginning, directly fighting head-on, and with almost invincible endurance, when the other side breathes a sigh of relief, the winner can be determined in an instant. Pulling the other side directly when the other side is exhausted. Now this shark is like this. It was forcibly pulled over by Jiang Hai, and now it really does not have much strength. The distance of 40 meters is really not very far. It is about a minute, and Jiang Hai has already pulled it to the bottom of the gravity dock. In an instant, Jiang Hai's feet were on the ground, and the strength of his whole body was concentrated on his arms, and he shouted, "Up!" In an instant, a huge shark nearly the size of 2 people was pulled from the water to the dock by Jiang Hai. Looking at the shark that was constantly struggling on the dock, trying to return to the water, Edward did not say a word. He picked up a big bag, ran over, and put it on the shark's head. In fact, it is much easier to subdue a shark in the water than on the shore. Because in the water, as long as the shark is turned upside down, its balance can be destroyed. As long as the shark's balance is destroyed, its whole body will spasm and become motionless. But on the shore, how can you turn it upside down? It has fins on its back. So you can only blindfold it so that it can't see or smell. Holy sh*t, I caught a big guy. However, Jiang Hai was different from Ai Dehua and Luo Binci. This was the first fish he caught, and it was such a big guy. It was too awesome. Boss, you're really not an ordinary person. You can even catch something like this? Seeing Jiang Hai's excited look, Luo Binci couldn't help but feel bitter. What is this? Of course. Do I look like an ordinary person? Hearing Luo Binci's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh and put on a look of a great fool, but to be honest, it was really amazing to be able to catch such a big guy. This is a sand tiger shark. It's about 3.1 meters long. Boss, what should we do now? Ai Dehua heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the shark was no longer struggling. He turned around and asked Jiang Hai. What else can we do? Take it back and eat it? Hearing Ai Dehua's words, Jiang Hai said without thinking. The fish he caught naturally has to be eaten. Should he let it go? He is not so great. But when they heard Jiang Hai's words, Ai Dehua and Luo Binci couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at each other awkwardly. Seeing their appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little strange. What is this expression? What? Is this thing not allowed to be eaten? Is it against the law? Looking at the expressions of the two, Jiang Hai asked strangely. This is not the case. Although this shark is an endangered species internationally, it is not against the law in the United States, but this thing, we don't know how to eat it. Luo Binci scratched his head after hearing Jiang Hai's words and said hesitantly. Sharks don't actually taste good because they don't have bladders. They use their bodies to urinate. So, after killing a shark, the urine in its body will seep into the meat at the fastest speed, making the meat particularly unpalatable, especially fishy, and especially smelly. In addition, the texture is not very good, and the skin is very hard. So, except for some Chinese restaurants in New York, where sharks are sold for shark fins, almost no one else eats this thing. Ai Dehua knows more. After all, he has been traveling the sea for so many years. What hasn't he eaten? Seeing Jiang Hai's eagerness to try, he couldn't help but whisper. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch his head. This is indeed a problem. He is definitely not a saint. Eating shark's fin is cruel and so on. In his opinion, it is all nonsense. It is all the nonsense of rich people who have nothing to do. People say that life is precious. Don't eat sharks, don't eat wild animals, and even don't eat dogs. Then why don't they say that don't eat pigs, chickens, cows, and sheep? Life is precious. That's all nonsense. Aren't these animals also living beings? Some people will say that these things are food. It has nothing to do with cruelty. Then in Jiang Hai's opinion, those dogs, wild animals, and sharks are still food. If they really say that all living things are equal, then don't eat them. Because even if they are vegetarians, vegetables are also living things. Once people are born, they will die with their necks pierced. It is not sinful at all. Since you've chosen to live, you shouldn't think about those trivial things. Natural selection is the law of survival that has been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. Whether it's humans or animals, they should go extinct. Humans should go extinct. This is the law of freedom. He has never eaten shark's fin in his life. It is impossible to say that he is not curious. So now, he can responsibly say that he wants to eat shark's fin, but there is a problem. He doesn't know how to cook shark's fin. Thinking of this, he can't help but scratch his head. He is reluctant to let it go, but he doesn't know how to cook it. It is really awkward. Why don't we raise it first? Maybe Robin saw Jiang Hai's hesitation, so he couldn't help but whisper. Like Jiang Hai, the old cowboy and the old fisherman next to him don't have the Virgin Mary to protect the environment and nature. The reason why they are hesitating now is that they don't know how to eat it. If Jiang Hai said that he knew how to cook it at this time, they would just kill him. The problem is that Jiang Hai doesn't know how to cook it. They can't waste it. Raise it first? Where should we raise it? Hearing Robin's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This sand tiger shark is 3 meters long. How can there be such a big place? Boss, there is a swimming pool behind your villa. It was built by the boss, but later you know that it is not far from the sea, so the swimming pool was abandoned. I remember that the swimming pool seems to have a valve connected to the seawater here. It is not a problem to raise this thing. Seeing Jiang Hai's puzzled eyes, Robins couldn't help but say with a smile. Okay, then let's raise it first. Let's go back quickly. When I find a chef who knows how to cook, let's get rid of it. After Jiang Hai finished speaking, in the surprised eyes of the two, he suddenly picked up the shark and fixed it behind his all-terrain vehicle. Then the three of them flew back to the villa. On the periphery of the woodland behind the villa, Jiang Hai saw the abandoned swimming pool. This swimming pool was not small. It was 50 meters in both directions, that is, 250 square meters. The deepest part was 3.5 meters deep, and the diving part was 1.8 meters deep. The inside was covered with tiles. After so many years, it was still fixed to the wall. It could be seen that the former owner of this swimming pool was very fond of it, but unfortunately, now it is Jiang Hai's fish pond. At this time, in the swimming pool, fallen leaves and bird feces were everywhere. Luo Binci and Ai Dehua didn't say much. They put down the things in their hands and jumped in. After getting rid of the fallen leaves, they opened the water door and used the seawater that came in to clean the ground here. At least, they wouldn't get bird feces everywhere. After a simple cleaning, they cleaned up. After some simple cleaning, the three of them threw the shark into the pool because sharks can't live for too long after leaving the water. Fortunately, Jiang Hai and the others' movements were quite fast. It only took them about 15 minutes to complete the set of actions. When the sand tiger shark's body was covered with seawater, it couldn't help but move a bit. This was a sign of its vigorous vitality. Okay, that's it for now. Looking at the pool slowly filling up, Robins also closed the valve. Jiang Hai looked at the sand tiger shark lying motionless under the water and could not help but lick his lips. It was a pity that he couldn't eat this thing this time. But no matter how pitiful it was, there was no other way. If he didn't know how to do it, what else could he do? Just as he was feeling regretful, Robin's phone rang. When he picked it up, he found that it was almost 5 o'clock. Burke and the others had already arrived. The three of them immediately went to the door and picked them up. Jiang Hai made it clear that these people could live with their families, but in fact, only 2 of them had families. Harriman Fells was single, and Belle Lester had just retired. As for Burke, he had a wife, but like Edward Anderson, he was also divorced. He lived here alone, and his wife lived in New York. His daughter lived with her. She was 26 years old this year and had started working. Because she had set up a new family, she was quite estranged from him. Therefore, among the 4 groups of people who came, only Philip was not alone, but also not many people. It was just him and his wife. He had 2 children, but his eldest son was now an assistant coach of a high school basketball team in New York. Although he was an assistant, he was actually someone who helped book tickets and rooms. Since he was paid, he had to work according to the instructions of others. His youngest son was now in college, so basically, if it wasn't during the holidays, it was just him and his wife. When they saw Jiang Hai, the four of them waved their hands happily. Jiang Hai also waved his hand and drove the 4 cars out of his parking lot. Luo Binci and Ai Dehua were almost ready. Today's update, 2 chapters in a row. Oh yeah. Chapter 27. Hi, welcome, everyone. Looking at the 6 cars lined up in the parking lot, Robin said with a smile. We don't need you to welcome us. From now on, we are also people here. Looking at Robin's smug face, Philemon said immediately. Hearing his words, the others laughed. In the United States, cars were just a means of transportation. They were very cheap. If you wanted to buy a second-hand car, you could buy one for about $1,000, $2,000, or even a few $100s. Thinking back to the time when they watched Transformers, the hero only spent $2,000 to buy a Bumblebee. It was indeed not a very expensive price. Therefore, in the United States, almost all adults had at least one car. Whether the car was good or not, they had at least one. Now, all of Jiang Hai's employees had one car. The best ones were Robin's and Ai Dehua. Both of them had a pickup truck. Of course, pickup trucks were also divided into different grades. Some of them could be sold for about $1 million abroad. However, Ai Dehua and the others didn't have such good pickup trucks. Their pickup trucks were all old Chevrolet cars. According to Robbins, when he was selling his Chevrolet car, the new one was only $30,000, and he also borrowed some money from the bank. It was indeed not expensive. But in fact, the Ford Raptor F-150, which was very popular in China, was only $30,000 or $40,000 here. Except for these 2 pickup trucks, the others' cars were basically small cars. Philemon drove a Honda MPV, the so-called business car. It was a 7-seater version, which could be used to take the whole family out to play. Burke, probably because he was single, drove an off-road vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler, which was a rare good car here. On the other side, Harriman drove a very old Subaru Forester, estimated to be 6 or 7 years old. In the end, Belle Zizi Lester drove a small Beetle. Although it was a woman's car, it was the most expensive one in the group. Jiang Hai looked at the cars in front of him and couldn't help but click his tongue. Although there was a row of broken cars in front of him, after all, they still had cars. He didn't have a car right now, but now that he had gathered enough people, he was going to buy a car tomorrow. Indeed, a bullock cart was indispensable. Apart from the cart, there were also bullock dogs and all-terrain vehicles that had to be purchased in advance. Fortunately, he was in the Boston metropolitan area. As long as he was willing to spend money, he could buy anything. Alright, you guys go and grill the fish. You men are so clumsy, the meat will be burnt by you. At this moment, Philemon's wife, who had just greeted Jiang Hai, walked to the grill and pointed at Robbins and Edward in front of her with an unhappy expression. Philemon's wife was Edward's sister. Naturally, she was also familiar with Robbins. Her name was Vicky Turner. As a full-time housewife, her cooking skills were quite famous in the denim industry. You don't understand. The boss is from Wuxia. He is not used to raw meat, so I have to grill the meat until it's fully cooked. Hearing Vicky Turner's words, Robbins was still stubborn. He was still very confident in his grilled meat. Alright, go and prepare the fire. Even if it's fully cooked, it's not the way you grill it. Vicky Turner, who seemed to weigh more than 180 kilograms, squeezed Robbins to the side and prepared the grill. Seeing Vicky Turner's actions, Edward naturally stopped and handed the rest of the work to Philemon. He went to prepare the fire with Robbins. Wow, I'm in luck tonight. It's actually Mrs. Turner's chef. TSK. Seeing this scene in the distance, Belle Lester, who was originally sitting there, couldn't help but smile and smack her lips. Why, is Mrs. Turner's cooking skills worth looking forward to? Hearing this, Jiang Hai came from afar with 2 large glasses of beer. Although he was the boss of this manor, he was not like an American capitalist who felt that he was superior. He was quite willing to make friends with his employees, but the others were either uncles or harriman. Belle Lester was more interesting. After all, they were of the same age. Taking the glass in Jiang Hai's hand, Belle Lester said with a smile, "That was in the past. Boss, you don't know. Try Mrs. Turner's food later, and you will know what the real Boston flavor is." "Oh, then I'll definitely try it later." When it came to eating, Jiang Hai, who was an authentic foodie, couldn't help but have his eyes light up. He casually sat beside Belle and waited for the fire to be lit. While the steaks were being roasted, Jiang Hai chatted with Belle. They mainly talked about Belle's time as a soldier. Belle wasn't afraid that Jiang Hai was here to spy on him. He talked about what he could and couldn't talk about. For example, he talked about their training, their weapons and equipment, and even talked about his own unit. In the Triangular Province, each squad had their own individual equipment. For example, firepower, sniper, saboteur, communication personnel, and so on. However, while these people were proficient in certain abilities, they also required certain skills, such as the ability to drive. Take Belle for example. His job was to be a sniper, but he could fly in the sky, run on the ground, and swim in the water. As long as it was a machine that a person could understand, he could drive it. This made Jiang Hai a little surprised. It seems that in the future, there will be people who will operate the agricultural machines and the like. Sometimes, he can also be called to follow Ai Dehua to patrol the sea. After all, Ai Dehua alone is not very reassuring. While Jiang Hai was chatting, the fire was already lit. The fish that were caught today were either sliced in half or cleaned before being placed on the iron rods. They were then smeared with seasoning and placed in front of the fire. Whoever wanted to eat could roast it themselves. On the other side, the steak was ready for the first round. Curious about Mrs. Phillips' cooking skills, Jiang Hai went to eat a piece of steak. As soon as it entered his mouth, Jiang Hai's eyes widened. It was too delicious. It was tender and well cooked. There wasn't even a hint of burnt on the outside. Mrs. Turner had specially made the sauce. It was different from the black pepper that Robbins used to make. It had a completely different taste. Jiang Hai finished the steak in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then, he took another piece and ate it. "Boss, my wife's cooking skills are pretty good, right? Not only can she cook, but she can also grow vegetables. I saw a small vegetable garden that Robbins opened over there. It's really too small. We can expand it when we are free." Seeing Jiang Hai's greasy face, Philip couldn't help but smile as he walked over and said, "Yes, it's indeed pretty good. Mrs. Turner, do you have any plans to work? As for growing vegetables, let's talk about it later. I'm the only one here, so it's a bit troublesome to cook. If possible, I'll eat at your place in the future. Can I give you some food expenses?" Jiang Hai said to Philip's wife while eating the beef. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip's wife's eyes couldn't help but light up. In fact, she also had this intention when she showed her hand. After all, they had 2 children in their family. Although the elder one no longer needed to send him living expenses, the money for the younger one's college education was not a small sum. Under the circumstances where they could earn some extra money without going out to work, it was naturally the best choice. "Of course, I'm just cooking for one more person." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mrs. Phillip couldn't help but smile and say. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai nodded and the 2 of them negotiated the price. Because after all the food here was provided by Jiang Hai, and Mrs. Turner only needed to do some processing, so she was too embarrassed to ask for too much. She only asked for $50 a week, which added up to $800 a week with Philip. $200 a month was still within Jiang Hai's acceptable range. The two of them were quite agreeable. However, they didn't sign a labor contract. After all, there was really no need to sign a labor contract for $50 a week. After the pizza was served, everyone gulped down the wine and ate the meat and pizza in large chunks. The grilled fish, grilled chicken wings, and chicken crutches were honestly delicious. Jiang Hai hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. Of course, the ingredients were secondary. What was even better was his mood. Tonight, everyone played until 11 o'clock at night. Although Jiang Hai's physical fitness was now as strong as a human being's limit, he didn't drink too much in the past. Today, he was happy and a little drunk. She then went upstairs to sleep. As for the others, they left after they finished cleaning up the things downstairs. The next morning, when Jiang Hai looked out of the window, except for the pile of fire that hadn't been cleaned up, everything else had been cleaned up. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai smiled. It seemed that the people he had recruited weren't bad. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Jiang Hai went to the Philemon's villa and had breakfast. Breakfast in the United States was very simple, basically consisting of 5 things: sandwiches, grilled sausages, fried eggs, oatmeal, and coffee. Today, Mrs. Philemon's made sandwiches, fried eggs, and oatmeal. However, to be honest, Jiang Hai wasn't very willing to eat oatmeal. It was too rough, and swallowing it made his throat a little sore. However, the taste of the sandwiches was still pretty good. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Hai sat in his old pickup truck with Robbins, who had also just finished breakfast, and headed to Winthrop in the distance. He was going to buy a car and a dog today. Second update, please bookmark it and recommend it. Right now, I'm in the 15th category of new books. It's a very awkward position. Tomorrow is Sunday, and there will be a newcomer next week. No matter what, not only am I on fire, I'm looking for all kinds of data. Chapter 28. To be honest, the journey from Jiang Hai's manor to the city of Boston was not much different from the journey to Winthrop. It would take him about an hour to get to Boston and half an hour to get to Winthrop. However, the people in the United States actually had some problems. The situation was somewhat different from the situation in China. In China, the people in the city looked down on the people in the countryside, even though these people had more money than the people in the city. This was the difference between regions. It was the same in the United States. The people in the city looked down on the people in the countryside, but at the same time, the people in the countryside looked down on the people in the city. This could be considered a confrontation, so generally speaking, as long as there was something to sell in Winthrop, people around here rarely went to Boston. Of course, there was another reason. Although it was only an hour and a half away, the price of the things sold in Winthrop was cheaper than that in Boston. No matter what it was, this was one of the things that the people here were most proud of. However, as a member of the metropolitan area of Boston, the things sold here were still very complete. Sitting in Robin's pickup truck, Jiang Hai, and he arrived at a huge car dealership on the outskirts of Winthrop. Just like in China, there were very few car dealerships that would be placed in towns or cities. After all, car dealerships took up a lot of space. Winthrop was the same. After the two of them parked the car, they walked into the car dealership. This car dealership was a private car dealership called Fred's Car Dealership. It seemed that the owner or founder of this car dealership was called Fred. Moreover, this car dealership, according to Robbins, was very big in this area. They represented many car brands, such as American, Japanese, German, English, Italian, and so on. It could be said that other than the supercars that couldn't be bought here, you could buy any car. At the same time, the price was reasonable. Most importantly, if the car was damaged, the parts needed to be replaced, or if the car was under warranty, they would give a family price. "Hello, how may I help you?" When the two of them walked into the car dealership, a young girl walked over and asked Jiang Hai and Robbins in front of her. "Hey, girl, is Durov here? My name is Luo Binsi. Tell him to come over." Hearing the girl's words, Luo Binsi couldn't help but smile and said, "Not only do people in China like to look for acquaintances when shopping, it's the same in the United States. After all, they could save money or get more gifts. These people weren't stupid. How could they not use it?" "Oh, I see. Sorry, please wait a moment." Hearing Luo Binsi's words, a trace of disappointment flashed in the girl's eyes. It seems that she can't get the commission of this business, but her good service attitude still made her nod lightly. Then she used the walkie-talkie to talk inside. Not long after, a middle-aged man about the same age as Luo Binsi walked out. However, this guy was much fatter than Luo Binsi. There was also a balding man who walked over from a distance. He looked like a big bun with some hair. He walked over with a smile. "Hey, bro, are you finally going to change to that old pickup truck of yours? I thought you were going to raise it until it grew old." Seeing Luo Binsi, this guy teased him with a smile. It could be seen that the relationship between the two of them was quite good. "Of course I'm going to raise my old buddy, but today my boss is going to buy a car." After bumping fists with the fatty, Luo Binsi smiled and introduced the identity of Jiang Hai, who was standing beside him. "Your boss? Wow, Green Forest, that's a rare big guy. You must need a lot of help. Come on, little boss, Durov's car dealership can meet all your requirements." Hearing Luo Binsi's words, Durov couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he let out a strange cry, put his arm around Jiang Hai's shoulder, and walked inside. After all, Luo Binsi had brought him here, so he didn't take Jiang Hai to see anything messy. They went straight to the Picard district. As soon as they walked in, rows of steel monsters appeared in front of Jiang Hai. "Come on, little boss. Although we don't dare to say that we have the most complete pickup truck in the United States, I can guarantee that I have what New York and Boston have. I even have some cars from your country. Do you want to take a look?" As he led Jiang Hai inside, Durov was also constantly introducing him. Forget it. Although Jiang Hai was proud that he could sell domestic cars to the United States, he was not interested in them when he thought about the urine of domestic cars. Of course, he had heard before that what was sold in China and what was sold abroad were different things. However, Jiang Hai was still not prepared to try more. Since he wanted to buy it, he would buy a good one. He was short of money, but he wasn't short of this small amount of money. "Oh, that's a pity." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Durov couldn't help but say, but looking at his fat face, there was no trace of pity. Then, as if he had forgotten about this matter, he began to introduce it to Jiang Hai. Basically, there were 4 main brands of high-end pickup trucks in the United States. One of them was the most popular Ford F-Series, which had a price advantage. After all, it was a car made by the United States, and it was easy to maintain and not easy to break down. The price ranged from tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. It all depended on what Jiang Hai wanted to buy. Next was the Dodge series. Compared to the Ford series, he had a slight price advantage. Other than that, it was basically the same. However, there were a few choices. After all, it was mainly an MPV. Next was the Japanese Toyota. Compared to Ford and Dodge, this car had a lot of advantages. First, it was cheaper, and second, it was very fuel efficient. Although the gas money in the United States was quite cheap, because taxes, road fees, and so on were all added to the gas, it was about $1 per liter, which was about the same as the domestic gas price. But it shouldn't be forgotten that they earned US dollars, while they earned RMB in China. Also, they didn't collect road tolls, bridge tolls, or road tolls. They only set up roadblocks on very few privately built highways, but there were very few of them, which were all included in the cost of gas. At the same time, the most important thing was that other people's US dollars were worth more than $6, but they didn't earn US dollars in China. The exchange rate was 6 times higher, but they didn't earn as much as 6 times. The middle class in the United States had an income of $50,000, and the middle class in China had an income of about $100,000 per year. Most importantly, the purchase rate of $50,000 was much higher than the purchase rate of $300,000 in China, so after coming here, there was no need to think about that. Toyota's pickup truck had been selling well in the United States recently, but for Jiang Hai, he wasn't willing to buy a Japanese car. In addition to the first 3 models, there was also a relatively high-end CMG. This car used to be a business car, but now it was also a pickup truck. According to Durov, he recommended these 4 cars, any of them would do. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hai decided to go with the flow. Although he also wanted to get some strange cars, it was hard to say how good their performance would be. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hai decided to buy Ford. But since he had decided to buy Ford, he had to look at the model. Ford's pickup truck was the F-Series, and there were a total of 7 models. From small to large, they were F-150, F-250, 350, 450, 550, 650, and 750. Among them, the most common was naturally the F-150, commonly known as the Raptor. In China, the price was about $500,000, but here, there was an additional 40% customs tax. After deducting this 40%, it was about $350,000. In addition to the 6 times exchange rate difference, a brand new, high-powered, top-of-the-line Ford Beast F-150 was sold for about $60,000 here. Including the license plate, insurance, and the first year's car purchase tax, it was less than $80,000. However, Jiang Hai bought the car for agriculture and animal husbandry, with a government subsidy. After the subsidy came down, according to Durov's calculation, it was about $58,000. It was indeed very cheap. With a 6.2L displacement, it could do almost anything. Jiang Hai was a little tempted, but Robbins shook his head. Indeed, an ordinary family farm would have a Ford F-150, but Jiang Hai's farm was too big. Not to mention pulling boats and pulling fish in the future, just pulling cattle, 150 was not enough. This car can be bought. Normally, it's fine to transport some grass, but if you want to work, you have to use something else. Hearing Robbins's words, Jiang Hai clicked his tongue. How could a good car in his eyes be so unbearable here? Indeed, your farm is too big. If you want to transport cattle, this car can only hold 50 at most at a time. If you want to use the farm, you can take a look. The 450,550,650 and 750 over there are too expensive. I won't recommend it. You can buy it yourself. Hearing Robin's words, Durov also said with a look of agreement. After all, Jiang Hai would be his neighbor in the future. If he cheated him, perhaps this young rich man would have a grudge against him in the future, so he was prepared to say it first. According to him, Ford's F-450 and F-550 were considered mid-sized cars in the range, and their prices were a lot higher. An F-450, according to the government subsidies, would cost $140,000, and it would definitely sell for over $1 million in China. The F-550, on the other hand, would cost $210,000, which was indeed a little too expensive. However, the power of this car was more powerful than 5 150s. According to Robbins, an F-550 could pull 300 cows at a time, together with a flatbed cart. This was already the standard equipment for large farms. In the West, most large farms used 450 or 550. But in fact, from the beginning, Jiang Hai's gaze had never been on these cars. His gaze had always been fixed on the biggest one. Today's update was posted a little earlier. The main reason was that Xiaofan remembered that Xiaofan had a recommendation this week, so he happily looked for it for an hour. He couldn't find it, so he was a little puzzled. Only after entering the background did he discover that the classification of pictures had been rotated to December 3rd. Vomiting blood and flying back. Let's post a chapter first. It seems that the matter of rushing to the top will be pushed to next week, but it seems that Xiaofan will be out of the top by then. Waterfall sweat. After midnight today, there will be one more update. Please support me. Chapter 29. What the F***, boss, your car is too awesome. This step on the accelerator. I found that I've fallen in love with it. But boss, didn't you say that your budget is running out? Sitting on top of this brand new Ford F-750, there was only one word written on Robins's face. Yes, excited. In fact, anyone who drove such a big toy would be very excited. Right now, Jiang Hai's driver's license hadn't been upgraded yet. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a problem with Robbins. It's fine, this is all small money. With a smile, Jiang Hai touched the car in front of him and said with a gratified expression. Yes, Jiang Hai bought a Ford F-750. In fact, generally speaking, the largest pickup truck known in the country was a Ford F-650, with a price of around $3 million, which was enough to intimidate people. But in fact, in the United States, there was already a larger F-750. The price of $650 here was $350,000, while the 750 was $480,000. After Jiang Hai asked about the price, he didn't hesitate too much. He swiped his card and picked up the car, and there were three of them, two F-750 and one F-650. Among them, the two F-750 were used to work in the family field, and the F-650 was prepared to drive for fun in the future. Driving for fun. Jiang Hai's hobby was indeed a little different. However, the price of this car wasn't high. After all, compared to those supercars that were easily worth millions or tens of millions, a pickup truck that was less than $500,000 was indeed a bargain. After Jiang Hai bought the two cars, he immediately drove one away. As for the other two, as well as Robins's old pickup truck, Durif would naturally send them back to Jiang Hai's manor. Driving all the way, Jiang Hai looked at the superior vision in front of him. It was nonsense to say that he wasn't excited. Robbins, who was driving, was even more excited. The two of them had originally planned to buy a car first and then directly adopt some dogs. Yes, there were very few dogs sold in the United States, especially cattle dogs and the like. If they couldn't get it, they would get some stray dogs. Of course, the most important thing was that these dogs had to be smart enough. However, now that they were driving a new car, their plans couldn't help but change. After driving around the town for a while, they reluctantly drove to the town's pet center. When the black beast stopped in front of the pet center, the dogs inside started to bark. This was the first time they had seen such a huge monster in Winthrop. After hearing these barks, the staff in the office couldn't help but walk out and look at the pet in front of them. With two bangs, Jiang Hai and Robbins got out of the car. They jumped out. The car was really big and tall. The pedals were nearly a meter away from the ground. If it was a woman driving the car, it would be quite troublesome. However, Jiang Hai and Robbins didn't have to think about this. With two bangs, the two big men also landed on the ground. Hello. What can I do for you? Seeing Jiang Hai and Robbins land on the ground, a girl couldn't help but walk over and look at the two people in front of her with a strange expression. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew that this car was definitely not cheap. This proved that these two people should be rich, but why would rich people come here? She was a little unsure. Oh, this is the case. I am the current owner of the green forest on the outskirts of the city. I want to raise some cattle, so I need some cattle dogs. I want to come and see if there are any suitable ones. Looking at the girl in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. This girl looks about 1.6 meters. She is a Caucasian girl. She is a little fat and has some small freckles on her face. This is not Jiang Hai's interest. After all, his former wife was a well-deserved beauty. His appreciation level is still biased towards the Chinese. He is not very interested in the aesthetics of the United States. Oh, that's the case. Then come with me. Hearing that Jiang Hai came to adopt a pet, although she had been mentally prepared, the girl still smiled. A stray pet center like this has no real staff. They are basically volunteers. It can be said that the people who will come here to work will be more or less some more caring people. What they are most willing to see is that pets are adopted by some families in need, especially rich people like Jiang Hai. Sorry to trouble you. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai said first, then followed the girl in. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This stray pet home is really not small. There are also a lot of things inside, not only limited to ordinary pets, cats and dogs, but also many other animals. There is almost no natural protection law in the United States. Rich people can buy anything they want. The most famous one is Tyson's tiger. As long as the guy you raise doesn't hurt people, you can raise anything you want, so pets in the United States are from the 5/8 flower gate. Not only are there more normal cats, dogs, fish, birds, hamsters, but there are also more unusual ones like spiders, snakes, lizards, turtles, martens, rabbits, and so on. There are also some real beasts. For example, when Jiang Hai just entered, he saw a small golden eagle. It was rolling its eyes and staring at Jiang Hai. Behind the golden eagle, there are many smaller birds of prey such as hawks and falcons. In addition to these birds of prey, there are many snakes in the opposite room, such as golden pythons, which are relatively common. There are also some less common poisonous snakes here, such as black mambas, king cobras, and so on. Maybe they heard the sound. These guys all raised their heads and stuck out their tongues at Jiang Hai in the cage. You have a lot of animals here. Looking at these guys, Jiang Hai's eyes began to shine. He didn't have any other hobbies other than animals, especially these ferocious animals. Perhaps boys would like them very much, especially snakes, lizards, and the like. However, these things were not allowed to be kept in the country, but now that he was abroad, he wanted to give it a try. Looking at these animals, he has already made up his mind. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl shrugged and said helplessly. Yeah, you just came to the United States, right? We have a lot of animals here. These are just some small animals. There are even bigger ones behind. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl shrugged and said helplessly. Because the United States has an open policy for raising pets, there are all kinds of animals in the United States. But as for humans, no matter where they were, there would always be some scumbags. No matter what they did, it would only last for 3 minutes. When they were rearing it, they would point to the heavens and say that they would definitely treat it well. But after a short while, they would get tired of it. Under normal circumstances, there are 2 solutions in the country. One is to directly kill and eat the meat. Some people who raise dogs and fish often do this. Maybe the owner won't eat it, but his friends will definitely eat it. The second is to throw it away. It is the same in the United States. Of course, killing and eating meat are rare in the United States because they don't eat dog meat, so most people's solution is to throw it away. As for the United States itself, other than a few large cities, the towns and the like outside were all very particular about hygiene. There were too many stray dogs and cats. After all, they were contagious and caused children and parents to be afraid of famine. Hence, there were such institutions everywhere. After passing by stray birds, snakes, lizards, frogs, hamsters, cats, small and medium-sized kennels, they arrived at the back of the home for stray pets. There are some big guys here. The first thing that caught Jiang Hai's eyes was a bear. Roar! Feeling that there are outsiders, this guy who was still lying in the cage suddenly stood up and roared. Looking at this 2-meter-tall giant beast standing up, Robbins couldn't help but take a step back. Because of the tattoos on Jiang Hai's body, he didn't feel threatened by these animals. Instead, he carefully looked at the bear. As a result, he discovered that the bear was blind in one eye and had many wounds on its body. Paul, get down. This guy is a Colorado brown bear. It's quite miserable. It was raised by humans when it was young, but its previous owner was not a good person. Its blind eye and the injuries on its body were all left by its previous owner. When we found it, it was already dying, but fortunately, it has finally recovered. But except for the people on our side, it is still very hostile to humans. Seeing the doubts in Jiang Hai's eyes, the girl in front couldn't help but pat the cage. Sure enough, after the bear heard her words, it lay down again and became quiet. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also nodded, but he didn't say anything. He continued to walk in and found that there were really a lot of large animals here. It was like a small zoo. In addition to the big bear at the door, there were leopards, jaguars, black bears, otters, and even crocodiles inside. According to the girl, most of these beasts were not raised by the people in Boston. They were raised by the people in New York. He had to admit that those rich people were really perverted sometimes. But to be honest, Jiang Hai was now considered a rich person, so when he saw these animals, he also wanted to raise them. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai temporarily threw these thoughts out of his mind. He followed the girl to the last area. There was only one reason why large kennels put these dogs behind those beasts. That was, the number of dogs was much more than these beasts. As soon as Jiang Hai and the others walked in, the dogs locked in the room stood up and stared at Jiang Hai and the others. It could be seen that some of these dogs were very friendly to humans, and some were not very friendly. Following the girl to one of the rooms, the girl gestured to Jiang Hai and Luo Binci. The dogs here are all former cattle dogs or sheepdogs. They were sent here because their owners passed away or they sold their ranches and couldn't raise so many dogs. Therefore, they don't have any hatred for humans. They are relatively easy to get along with. You can take a look at some tips. After you choose, you can go through the adoption procedures. Today's second update, there is still a new update in the middle of the night. Please bookmark, recommend, and click. I don't expect to be on the overall list next week. Give me a chance to be classified. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Important things have to be said 3 times. Chapter 30. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Hai also took a look inside and found that there were a lot of large dogs here. Because they needed to work, these dogs were relatively large and very smart. Seeing Jiang Hai and the others looking at them, they knew that these people were here to adopt them. Many of the dogs looked at Jiang Hai and Robbins, their faces full of curiosity. Jiang Hai was also looking at these dogs. Jiang Hai had never raised a dog before, so he didn't know much about dogs, but Luo Binci was different. He had been herding cows for some time. He knew dogs very well. While looking, he introduced them to Jiang Hai. Most of the dogs here were border collies. Although they were also from Scotland, they were not the same kind of dog as Su Mu. This kind of dog was the smartest, but its size was not so big. It was the best dog for catching frisbees. This kind of dog was the best for herding sheep. It was a bit worse for herding cows, but these were all experienced old dogs. They were smart, had a strong learning ability, high understanding ability, easy to train, gentle, loyal, obedient, and were the best dogs to train. In addition to this kind of dog, there were many German shepherds, which were German shepherds. This kind of dog was generally trained as a police dog. The third most dogs were a relatively ugly dog, the Australian cattle dog. This kind of dog was a professional cattle dog. There were not many of them here, only 3, but they were the 3 that Luo Binci chose at first sight. The other dogs were smart, but when it came to professionalism, this kind of dog was more reliable. In addition to these 3 kinds of dogs, there were many other large dogs here. They were also very smart, such as the golden retriever. This kind of dog was also smart, but it was too naughty. Few people were willing to raise golden retriever as a cattle dog. Golden retriever couldn't do it. There were also Dobermans and Rottweilers. These 2 kinds of dogs were good as hunting dogs, but to herding cows? In addition to these dogs, there were many large dogs here. Jiang Hai was not very good at choosing cattle dogs. He didn't know much about these, so he left it to Luo Binci. As for him, he was looking at other dog breeds. Almost every dog that Jiang Hai had ever heard of was here. It was more complete than any other dog market in the country. Jiang Hai walked all the way. He had heard of all the large dogs here. However, some of these dogs were very fierce, some were very honest, some were curious and had a good impression of humans, but most of them just looked at Jiang Hai coldly, or ignored him. Jiang Hai didn't know that Jiang Hai didn't know what to do. Instead, he knew that Jiang Hai was the only dog in the world. Jiang Hai walked all the way. He had heard that there were large dogs here, but these dogs were very fierce. As he walked, suddenly, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up. In the corner of these kennels, there was a huge iron cage, and in the iron cage, there was a huge dog. This dog was squatting there, looking at Jiang Hai in the distance. When it squatted on the ground, Jiang Hai felt that this guy was about to reach his chest. Just as Jiang Hai was about to walk forward, the dog suddenly stood up and threw itself on the barbed wire in front of it. Quang quang, quang quang. Looking at the giant beast in front of him that almost stood up and was about the same height as the black bear at the door, Jiang Hai did not shrink back, but looked at it with a surprised face. He was no stranger to this kind of dog. His good friend Fu Yuan's family had such a dog, Caucasian. However, Fu Yuan's dog was very small. It was not this big, but it was still considered a relatively big domestic dog. However, compared with the giant beast in front of him, it was not just one size smaller. It was at least 3 sizes smaller. This guy's hair was loose, and it looked a little scary. Boom, boom boom. When this dog opened its mouth, it was no longer the sound that a dog should make, but the sound was somewhat like a bellows. It roared at Jiang Hai. Hearing its roar, Jiang Hai couldn't help but walk in front of it. It seems that it likes you very much. At this moment, the girl who brought them in just now walked over from a distance, looked at the big dog in front of her, and said with a smile. At the same time, she put her hand into the cage and patted the dog's head. Caucasian dogs were not smart, but they were not particularly stupid. At least, they were not like the 3 idiots Snow who couldn't recognize people. This Caucasian obviously knew the girl, so it rubbed against her hand. This Caucasian is a pretty good dog. It hasn't experienced much. Its owner sent it here after its mother gave birth to it because the family couldn't afford to raise it. Of course, she also donated some money to the association. That's why it grew up in such an environment. It doesn't have any ill intentions towards people. Grabbing the fur of the Caucasian in front of her, the girl smiled and said, The Caucasian seemed to know that she was talking about it, and it unconsciously made a low-frequency sound from its throat. This was the sound it made to express that it was very happy. But at this moment, suddenly, a low roar came from a cage not far away from the dog. When it heard this roar, the Caucasian that was still very noisy instantly became obedient. It squatted down and looked at the cage in the distance with a look of horror. Following its gaze, Jiang Hai found that there was a dog lying in the cage at this time. The dog's fur was greenish-gray, and its eyes were like the eyes of a wolf, but this dog was more than 2 times bigger than the average wolf. Compared to the Caucasian in front of him, it was only 1 size smaller. Looking at its eyes, even Jiang Hai was stunned, and his face showed a curious look. That dog is called a mastiff. It is a stray dog. It once bit 4 policemen in Boston before it was caught. I specially asked the experts of Wuxia to identify it. It belongs to the green wolf of the Tibetan mastiff. Although I don't know why it is called a green wolf, it is much bigger than a wolf, but it is the most powerful dog here at present. It seems that other dogs are afraid of it. Seeing Jiang Hai's gaze, the girl here also looked at the cage over there and said with some fear. Obviously, she also had some fear of this dog. Green wolf mastiff? Listening to the more awkward pronunciation of Wuxia from the other's mouth, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. It was said that there were 3 best quality ghouls among the Tibetan mastiffs. Of course, the best quality ghouls here were not expensive, but ferocious. Ghostface, Primordial, Green Wolf, Ghostface Mastiff had now been explained. In fact, it was a kind of fried mastiff. It was a cross between mastiff and other large dogs. It had a certain degree of irreplicability. Its fighting power was indeed strong, powerful enough to make people's hair stand on end. The reason for this was that this kind of dog was crazy. Tibetan Mastiff had always been said to be loyal by people, mainly because this kind of dog was very stupid, quite stupid, so stupid that its brain capacity could only remember one person, so it was said to be loyal. But the Ghostface dog was already stupid to the limit. Its IQ infinitely accepted a negative number, it couldn't even recognize a person. It did things according to the most primitive instinct. When it saw the same kind, it came to grab the territory, it had to kill it. When it saw other creatures, they were food. There was no fear in its mind. As the saying goes, the soft is afraid of the hard is afraid of the desperate, it belongs to the desperate. But as the myth of the Ghostface was broken, the Ghostface was not so popular. The primordial mastiff was the mastiff that was not raised and domesticated, but the mastiff that came directly from the plateau. There were wild ones, and there were also the ones in the herdsmen's homes. It was different from the mastiffs that were raised below, so it was called the primordial mastiff, and it was also extremely ferocious. As for the green wolf, like the Ghostface, it was also a fried mastiff. In fact, the green wolf was not a purebred mastiff, and its value was not high. But one thing was right, the green wolf was really ferocious. It was said that if 10 puppies were not fed and put together, the last one who survived was the green wolf. 9 dogs and 1 mastiff referred to the green wolf. But then again, if it was really a rare purebred mastiff, even in ancient times, it was very valuable. The herdsmen were not stupid. These precious dogs naturally had to be sold. How could they let them kill each other? Only these half-blooded mastiffs, which were not expensive, would do this. We are also from the same hometown. Looking at the big iron cage in front of him, Jiang Hai did not shrink back as easily as the girl. Instead, he walked over with a smile, squatted in front of the iron cage, and looked at the green wolf inside. The green wolf saw Jiang Hai's eyes and crawled over immediately. 1 man and 1 dog looked at each other across the cage. The 2 pairs of eyes showed different emotions. But although the green wolf did not do anything at this time, the girl still did not dare to approach because this dog was a bit too scary. But Jiang Hai was different. If it was him in the past, he would probably be a little scared, but don't forget, he had the dragon ball in his body. Although the dragon tattoo on his body was only at the python level at this time, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and a rotten boat still had 3 caddies of nails. It's just that in the face of a dog, the true dragon power in Jiang Hai's bloodline will not shrink back. Boss, I have chosen 3 Australian cattle dogs, 2 blackbacks, considering that we will also raise some sheep, so I chose 2 border shepherds, a total of 7 dogs. At this moment, Robbins came over and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. And these 2? Hearing Robin's words, Jiang Hai smiled and pointed to the green wolf in front of him and the Caucasian next to it. This Caucasian can be adopted, but this green wolf can't. It is too fierce, we can't. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl here immediately said. The Caucasian can be adopted by others, but this green wolf has a record of hurting people. Its only way out is to live in this cage until it dies. $100,000, this is the money I donated to your rescue center, and $1,000 in cash, this is the tip I gave to you volunteers. Are there any other questions? Glancing at the girl next to him, Jiang Hai narrowed his eyes and said to her. A new week has begun. Little Fei is here to ask everyone. If you have recommendations, please recommend it. If you don't have recommendations, please add it to your collection. If you don't have anything, please register and click. If you feel that this book is still readable, please be patient with Little Fei. Please recommend, add, click. Begging for recommendations, begging for collections, begging for hits. Please recommend, add, click. This is such an important matter, I have already said it more than 3 times, please remember it well. Chapter 31. One of the advantages of being in the United States was that this was a gold standard world. Regardless of whether it was in the country, it was an official world. Here, as long as you had money, you could buy everything you wanted. In the country, as long as you were an official, you could get everything you wanted. Of course, this was not absolute, but it was also the mainstream of society. With Jiang Hai's $100,000 donation and $1,000 tip, the 9 dogs were moved one by one into the F-750 at the door. The dogs, which were expected to be noisy, were kept quiet with the presence of the green wolf mastiffs. This green wolf mastiff was not as fierce as others imagined. Instead, it was very quiet. Then, they went through the adoption procedures, gave the dogs dog tags, and recorded their income. Of course, this could not be recorded. After all, they weren't stupid enough to suspect a big ranch owner who owned $280 million. After loading these animals into the car, Jiang Hai and Luo Binci left the place together. In fact, Jiang Hai originally wanted to ask about the procedures for adopting golden eagles, crocodiles, black bears, jaguars, and so on. But he was directly rejected by the girl. Money could buy any pet, but it was difficult to adopt from here. After all, these beasts were rarely sent over. Most of them were caught. Therefore, they held a grudge against humans. Out of humanity, they decided to let them live out their old age here. The homeless rescue center wouldn't let these guys out. No matter how much money Jiang Hai gave them, it would be useless. Moreover, Jiang Hai wouldn't give them a lot of money. If it was his money, then it would be different. But if it wasn't his money, then there was no need to do so. After loading these things into the car, the 2 did not go back directly. Instead, they went to another place in town. In a place that sold all-terrain vehicles, the best means of transportation on the grassland was actually a horse. Of course, except for Jiang Hai, the others were all good at riding horses. However, the horse's endurance was not enough, and it was not a newly bought horse that could be ridden directly. They still needed to cultivate feelings and familiarize themselves with the pasture. They couldn't be ridden directly. At night or on rainy days, all-terrain vehicles were obviously more suitable. Therefore, in general, some all-terrain vehicles would be prepared in such pastures. But in fact, according to Robbins, there was no need to buy an all-terrain vehicle. In the United States, these cowboys who lived in the suburbs were actually half craftsmen. For things like all-terrain vehicles, as long as they bought an engine and some iron frames, they could weld it themselves. For example, among the all-terrain vehicles in Jiang Hai's ranch, 2 of them were made by Robbins himself. They were still very sturdy, but in terms of protective performance, they were a little worse. Since Jiang Hai was here, he was ready to buy some good ones. After all, safety first. Compared to buying a car, this thing was much simpler. There were only a few brands of all-terrain vehicles, and the ones with large shipments were Northstar and Bombardier. Not counting the limited edition, not counting the messy version, the mass-produced version could be bought. The best price was only about $10,000, less than $20,000. Jiang Hai bought 4 at once. After confirming the delivery address, Jiang Hai and Robbins drove the huge 750 back to the manor. When they returned to the manor, Durov had already sent someone to deliver the 750 and 650 he had ordered. Looking at the 2 behemoths in front of them, the other people in the manor surrounded them. Now, they were extremely confident in their boss. Just by buying a car, he bought 2 behemoths. This also proved that this Chinese young man was confident in transforming the ranch. When Jiang Hai and Robbins returned, these people took the initiative to welcome them. The most excited ones should be Philip and Harriman. However, Harriman was too introverted to express it, but Philip was different. If he didn't block his ears, Jiang Hai would have suspected that his mouth could open in a circle. As for Burke Daly, because of his relatively calm nature, his face didn't show much excitement, but his fingers holding the cigarette were trembling slightly. As for Bell Lester on the other side, although he was the youngest, he was really not interested in these big toys. After all, a year ago, he was still someone who casually played with tanks, airplanes, and armored vehicles. Now, this kind of luxurious pickup truck was not very attractive. Of course, if it was a supercar, he would probably be excited. He had never driven one before. "Hey, dear boss, are we going to drive such a giant beast on the road in the future?" Seeing Jiang Hai get out of the car, Philip immediately said, his eyes full of stars. "No, no, no, you are going to drive these 2 big guys. That 650 is my toy." Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai smiled, patted the big guy behind him, and said to everyone. Although he couldn't drive now, it didn't prevent him from preparing it first. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, these people didn't care. They already had 2 750s, who would care about the 650? What's more, this was the ranch's car, not theirs. But even so, they felt comfortable looking at it. "Come on, give me a hand, get these dogs off." Jiang Hai looked at the people in front of him, clapped his hands hard, and focused their attention on him, then said to everyone. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, only then did everyone notice that there were a bunch of dogs behind the car. As soon as they heard the word dogs, Burke Daly and Bell became interested and walked over immediately. When they saw the cattle dogs inside, the 2 of them couldn't help but grin. "Robbins, you picked a good dog this time." "They are all good dogs in their prime." Patting one of the cages with a black back, Burke Dollar said excitedly. A good bulldog could even be half a cowboy. For a cowboy, a dog was very important. A car was a machine. Some more rational people would not have feelings for it, but a dog was different. Of course. Hearing Burke Dollar's words, Luo Binsi smiled and said. Then everyone started to get busy. The kennel was next to the cowshed. After unloading the dogs from the car, Philip volunteered to go and park the car in the parking space. As for the others, they helped to move the dogs. When the first 7 cattle dogs were moved there was no problem. After all, these dogs were very close to humans. If they weren't close, they wouldn't be working dogs. But when it came to moving the Caucasus and Green Wolf Mastiffs, there was some trouble. When Bale was about to move the Green Wolf Mastiff, the big dog suddenly stood up and looked at Bale fiercely. Bale had been in the triangle state for many years. His hands must have been stained with blood. Basically, such a person could be described as fearless. But when he and the Green Wolf Mastiff looked at each other, he felt a chill run from his tail to his head. His sixth sense told him that this was not a dog, but a ferocious beast. What's wrong? At this time, Burke Daly also came over. He was actually the most optimistic about Bale. This young man was not ostentatious, and his physical fitness was very strong. And maybe because he had lived here since he was a child, although his cowboy skills were a bit rusty, he still had the foundation. After a year of polishing last year, his strength had also increased a lot. Now, compared to him, there was not much difference. But now, the surprised expression on this young man's face surprised him. Shaking his head, Bell whispered to Burke Dollar, "It's nothing. This dog might have killed someone before." After hearing Bell's words, Burke Dollar also turned his eyes to the dog in front of him. However, he was also startled by what he saw. At this time, he and the dog looked at each other. What kind of eyes were those? Burke Dollar only saw indifference in the eyes of the Green Wolf Mastiff. Yes, indifference. Indifference that regarded everything silently. Maybe in its world, there were no masters, no compatriots, and no friends. There were only food and enemies. It was a feeling of extreme indifference to life. Different from Ghostface's madness, the Green Wolf Mastiff was not crazy. It was such a creature. "Boss, your dog." After hesitating, Burke Daly was about to tell Jiang Hai. "Oh, it's okay. I have a way to tame it. Throw it and the Caucasian into my villa first." At this time, Jiang Hai came over and looked at the two in front of him with a chuckle. Like Jiang Hai said, he did have a way. Then, okay. They hesitated. After all, Jiang Hai was the boss, and he was not a young man in his early 20s. Jiang Hai was already 27 years old this year, and he had experienced a lot, so his personality was quite calm. He would not take risks casually, so after hesitating for a while, the two decided to listen to Jiang Hai and move the two dogs to the hall of Jiang Hai's villa. Then he left, but when he left, he was still frowning. His sixth sense told him that the Green Wolf Mastiff was definitely a ferocious beast, a guy that would kill people if he did not control it well. As for the Caucasian, well, in fact, it had been ignored long ago. Except for its big size, there was nothing else about it. Phew, it's finally done. At this time, Jiang Hai and the others finally finished arranging the kennels. Jiang Hai did not know much about these cattle dogs. Naturally, Robbins and Burke were in charge of these. After receiving the 4 all-terrain vehicles, Jiang Hai and the others' work today was officially over. After a busy day, everyone did not have the habit of gathering together again. Jiang Hai went to Philip's house for dinner and returned to his villa. As soon as he entered the house, he saw the two big guys in the living room. At this time, the Caucasian had already been waiting impatiently. The Caucasian dog's IQ was not high, and it was basically not much worse than the 3 idiots of the snow. Although it might be because it was afraid of the Green Wolf Mastiff next to it, it did not dare to bark. At this time, it was already circling in the cage. When it saw Jiang Hai come back, it immediately rushed over and looked at Jiang Hai with a face full of desire. Today's first update, second update around 8 o'clock. Please bookmark it, recommend it, and click it. Thank you. Chapter 32. Oh right, what about you guys? Jiang Hai looked at the guy in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he went to the kitchen and took out 5 kilograms of meat from the fridge. He had bought this meat the other day. Apart from giving some to the other families, there was still some left for him. But it was just right, he could use it as dog food. If outsiders knew that Jiang Hai was using standard-grade beef as dog food, they would probably despise him to death. Rich people were really willful. After melting the 10 kilograms of beef in the huge oven, Jiang Hai brought the meat in front of the 2 dogs. Smelling the aroma of the meat, the Caucasian dog couldn't help but walk over with its tongue out. As for the green wolf mastiff, it raised its eyes and looked at Jiang Hai, as if it was looking at life. Although I don't know how you sense my presence, since you can feel it, then become my help. Looking at the green wolf mastiff in front of him, Jiang Hai chuckled. Then he took out a small knife and made a small cut on his index finger. With a drip, 3 drops of blood dripped onto the beef. Jiang Hai also felt his heart palpitate. At the same time, 9 of the snake scales on his body disappeared. As for the 3 drops of blood, when they touched the meat, they disappeared without a trace. Seeing Jiang Hai's actions, the Caucasian couldn't help but tilt its head in confusion. It really didn't understand why Jiang Hai was doing this. However, the green wolf mastiff's eyes lit up. It could clearly feel the power in Jiang Hai's blood. After dividing the 10 kilograms of beef into 2 portions, the Caucasian 4 kilograms and the green wolf mastiff 6 kilograms, he threw them into the cage. Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little confused. 3 drops of blood. This time, Jiang Hai could be considered to have lost a lot of blood. That kind of heart-palpitating feeling was really uncomfortable. Jiang Hai didn't know how he got carried away, but he had enlightened these 2 fellows. Laughing at himself, Jiang Hai didn't think too much about it and directly went upstairs to sleep. As for the green wolf mastiff and Caucasian wolf mastiff, they didn't do anything other than eat. After eating the meat, the Caucasus fell down in the cage and made silly noises. On the other side, the green wolf mastiff also felt a little sleepy after eating the meat, but it forced itself to stay awake. After finishing the meat, it purposely walked to a corner of the cage and lay down there for a while before falling asleep. The next morning, when Jiang Hai woke up, the 2 guys were still sleeping. Jiang Hai felt that it might be his blood that helped the 2 guys evolve. After feeling that they were stable, Jiang Hai didn't stay at home for long and left. Because he had already bought the car yesterday, it was time to buy the cattle today. After having breakfast at Philemon's house, Jiang Hai, Robbins, Philemon, and Burke Dollar drove 2 F-750s and left the manor, heading to a livestock market in the north of town. Just like in China, there were also places in the United States that specialized in livestock trading. Because the smell of these big livestock was a little too strong, they couldn't be traded in the city center, so they could only be traded in the suburbs. Winthrop was the same. In the north of town, between Jiang Hai's manor and Winthrop, there was a livestock market. The main trade here was naturally cattle, sheep, and other livestock. Of course, you could also see some other livestock, but there were very few. Because this market was organized by the people, it was naturally impossible to have it every day. Basically, it was organized twice a month, on the first Saturday and the third Saturday of every month. Jiang Hai's group arrived just in time. Sitting in the huge F-750, Jiang Hai arrived with his 3 men. Basically, for farm owners, pickup trucks were used, but pickup trucks were also divided into different grades. A F-150 naturally wouldn't show up here. Even if it came, it wouldn't be used to transport cattle, but as a means of transportation. As soon as Jiang Hai's F-750 appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. As the car stopped, the 4 of them also jumped out of the car. However, before they could stand still, someone had already come over to greet them. "Hi, Robbins, oh. Burke and Philemon are also here. Then this must be the mysterious rich man from the east who bought the green forest in the legends. The person hadn't come over yet, but his voice came first. Hearing this voice, Philemon and the others smiled. Obviously, they were familiar with the owner of this voice. "Hey, Lehman, didn't you go to Texas? Why are you still here?" Looking at the person who came over, Philemon spoke first. This man named Lehman looked to be in his 40s. He was a white fat man with a big beard, but his head was a bit too big. He also wore a cowboy hat on his head, but no matter how you look at it, this cowboy hat is a size smaller. In short, this is a very distinctive white fat man. Texas is not suitable for me, I still prefer our prosperous East. Hearing Philemon's words, the fat man couldn't help but laugh. It seems that his personality is quite cheerful. At this time, Robbins came over, gave the fat man a punch, and then said to Jiang Hai, "Boss, let me introduce you, this is Lehman Fry, one of the biggest cattle dealers here. If we want to buy cattle, we might have to ask him for help." "Hello, my name is Jiang Hai, you can call me Jiang or Jiang Hai." Hearing Robin's words, Jiang Hai also stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you, you can call me Lehman." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lehman deliberately squeezed out 2 words. "Nice to meet you." These 2 words were spoken in Chinese. It seems that he has practiced for a long time, but he probably only knows these 2 words. I have always been interested in the mysterious East. When I retire, I must go and see the magical Long City Wall and the soldiers in the Emperor's underground palace. Seeing Jiang Hai, this man was very excited and said with a happy face. That is called the Great Wall and Terracotta Army." After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hai realized what he was talking about. "When you retire?" "It's still early, don't think so much. In our line of work, we don't even know if we can live to that age." After hearing Lehman's words, Philip continued. "Retirement in the United States is a very late age. In China, people often say that Wuxia's retirement policy is not very good and is too difficult. But in fact, compared to Europe and the US, Wuxia's retirement policy is very humane. In the US, people can only retire at the age of 66, and the pension after retirement is only about 1,000 renminbi. The pension is paid for 15 years in China, but it is compulsory in the US. As long as you start to make money, your annual tax return includes Social Security and medical insurance. If you don't pay the tax, you will be in trouble. So basically, many people have to pay Social Security for 40 years, but when they retire, they only get 1,000 renminbi a month. Yes, it is a lot of money, but how can they spend it in the US? As for Europe, it is even worse. You can only retire at the age of 70, and the amount given is almost the same as the US. Many countries in the Eurozone do not even give as much as the US. So now that you think about it, you actually have some advantages in China. Okay, let's stop arguing. We came here this time to buy cattle. Do you have any recommendations? At this time, Burke Dollar came over. The old cowboy took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Lehman. "You want to buy for the Green Forest? That is a big guy, it can raise 100,000 cattle. How many are you going to buy this time?" Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Lehman lit the cigarette, took a puff, and asked the 4 people. "I am going to raise 20,000 cattle first." According to his original plan, Jiang Hai said to Lehman. 20,000? Oh, that is really a lot. If you want to raise all of them, it will be tens of millions. This is a big business. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Lehman couldn't help but take a deep breath, then his face showed a trace of excitement. In fact, the so-called cattle broker is a cattle dealer. They have a relatively large network. If someone has a cow to sell or buy, they will negotiate with them and then earn a certain amount of mercenaries from it. However, they are different from the general domestic cattle dealers. Buying and selling cattle here are clearly marked with prices. At most, they will take a certain commission from it. As the saying goes, it is a small sum of money. How much money they get depends on the number of cattle in this batch. We need about 20,000 cattle. Let's go and see if there are any good cattle. If there are any left, I will contact you later. 20,000 cattle, if they are all given to this guy named Lehman, he can at least earn a commission of more than 500,000 from it. This is what Philip and the others didn't want to see, so after hearing his words, Robin smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said to him. In fact, the main meaning of this sentence was to tell him that they all know this and don't try to lie to their boss. But fortunately, Lehman is not going to lie to them. Anyway, 20,000 cattle. He can't eat such a big piece of cake himself. It is better to earn some impression points. Let's go over there and take a look. There should be some good guys on the auction stage. Looking at Jiang Hai's group of 4, Lehman smiled and took them to a place similar to a small stadium in the distance. In fact, this is the place where cattle are auctioned. In the middle of this place, there is a small platform used for auctioning cattle. There are several layers of stands around. You can participate in the auction here. Because the people nearby are familiar with each other, you don't need to pay any deposit or raise your card. You just need to raise your hand to bid for the cattle you like. It is the first time for Jiang Hai to participate in such an auction. Well, it is actually his first time participating in an auction. He is a little nervous. After sitting down, he looked at the platform in the distance with a serious face. Today's second update almost reached 100,000, but the result, sigh. I'm vomiting blood. Chapter 33. After sitting down, Lehman said to Jiang Hai and the others, there are basically only 3 kinds of cattle here: breeding cattle, small cattle herds, and special cattle herds. If you want them, you will have to do it here. I estimate that there are very few cattle like this. After sitting down, Lehman said to Jiang Hai and the others. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at Luo Binci with some doubts. Among the 3 kinds of cattle, he understood the breeding cattle. Generally speaking, it was a bull, a very strong bull. But what did the last 2 types mean? Small herds of cows refer to those that are few in number. For example, some family farms don't want to raise any more cows, but the number of cows is not many. Basically, if there are less than 100 cows, they will send them here to be sold. They will give the cows a number. They can sell them individually or in batches. Special herds of cows refer to those that are more special. Seeing Jiang Hai's doubts, Luo Binci continued. In the United States, the most common cattle raised is naturally the national cattle of the United States, Angus cattle. This kind of cattle has no horns and is tolerant of coarse food. It is known as the best beef cattle in the world. The weight of an adult bull is 700 to 1100 kilograms. The weight of a female cow is 500 to 800 kilograms. It is gentle and its daily weight gain is about 1 kilogram. The marbled lines of its muscles are quite good. It produces a lot of meat. The slaughter rate is generally between 60% to 65%. It is also the most popular cattle breed in the United States. In addition to this kind of cattle, Brahman, Charolais, Hayford, and Piedmont are more popular cattle breeds in the United States. The slaughter rate of these cattle is very high, and compared with these excellent cattle breeds, domestic cattle are much worse. The most famous cattle in the country should be the Lucy cattle. Other than that, Qinchuan cattle and Nanyang cattle were also more famous. However, the slaughter rate of these cattle was quite low. The amount of meat they produced, including the dregs, was already considered good if they could produce 50% of the meat. After all, the cattle in China were not raised for eating. They were raised for farming. In terms of strength and attack power, the cattle in China were much better than the cattle in the United States and Europe. But in terms of meat quality and quantity, they were far behind. The 15% difference in the middle played a crucial role. 100 cows in the United States produced more meat than 115 cows in China. More importantly, the United States had a lot of ranches. There were only 300 million people in the United States. There were plenty of places to raise cows, but it was impossible for China to do so. There were too many people, so the number of cattle raised in a centralized manner could not increase. The cattle breed was not good, so the stock could not increase. It would be strange if domestic beef was not expensive. Although the country had thought of importing foreign cattle were not allowed to be transported into the country. This was one of the prohibited items. The Limousin cattle and Simmental cattle that were obtained with great difficulty had always been a troublesome matter in the country, so it was difficult to promote them. At present, compared to beef cattle, domestic cattle were more preferred to raise dairy cows. This was also the reason why. The following is a breeding cow. After listening to Luo Binxi's brief introduction, Jiang Hai also nodded, indicating that he understood. At this time, the previous round of the auction had also ended. With the auctioneer's words, a person walked out with a cow. This cow was obviously bigger than the cow in Jiang Hai's impression. It was tall and strong. In the animal world, the superior prevailed over the inferior. This was the law of nature, so if you want to be a breeding cow, you must first be big. These breeding bulls for the auction had all been carefully selected, and their sizes were not ordinary. This is a Charolais bull, weighing 1,211 kilograms. Look at its bones and strong limbs. If this bull goes berserk, it will take at least 3 to 5 people to control it. But we all know that Charolais bulls are famous for their good tempers, just like their ancestors in France. Even if the flames of war are raging, we are still docile. Patting the back of the cow, the auctioneer said with a smile. Hearing his words, the cowboys next to him also laughed. Jiang Hai also knew what he was talking about. It was referring to Germany defeating France in World War II, and France did not resist under Germany's rule. They still lived a romantic and warm life. This was also a very embarrassing thing for the Allied forces, but it seemed that it was not good to say this in the United States. Because everyone knows that the white people in the United States are basically the descendants of the French and the British. Is it really good to say this? In fact, this is what Jiang Hai doesn't understand. After France and the British occupied America, it was not peaceful. The Boston area is called the New England area. Why is it called this? It is because most of the people here are descendants of the British. They don't care about making fun of the French. Do we want this cow? Looking at the big cow in front of him, Jiang Hai asked Robbins. Our ranch mainly raises Angus cattle, because only Angus cattle and Brahman cattle near Boston have such a large number. If we buy such a breeding cow, it will inevitably cause a riot. The quality of the crossbred beef will not be so good. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins patiently explained to Jiang Hai. Hearing Robbins' words, Jiang Hai nodded, indicating that he understood. Anyway, he didn't understand much, so he just watched. But even if they don't want it, it doesn't mean that others don't want it. In the end, this cow was sold for $3,200. For a breeding cow, this price is not low. One must know that the price of a cow in the United States is about $1,000. After that, they went to shoot a few more cows, but they were basically either Charolais, Hayford, or Piedmont. When it came to Piedmont, Robbins obviously hesitated for a moment because Piedmont cows were also very good. However, what he meant by good wasn't the meat. The amount of meat he produced wasn't small, but the quality of the meat was very average. But this kind of cow's skin is the best kind of cow's skin. An adult cow's skin can even be sold for $1,000 USD. Of course, it is also not easy to sell cow's skin. Moreover, this kind of cow is relatively wild and not easy to raise. If he only raises a small number of cows, it is not worth the loss, but if he raises a large number, it will be troublesome if the herd explodes. So after hesitating, he decided to give up for the time being and wait until he wants to raise them in the future. In an auction like this, it was naturally impossible for a single cow to gather together. After this batch of cows, it was time for a small batch of cows to be auctioned. This time, it wasn't just one cow that rushed up to the stage, but a total of 30 cows. These cows had markings on their bodies and ears, so it wasn't difficult to recognize them. Moreover, these cows were basically black, which looked really strange. "These are all Angus cows, we can leave now." Smiling at Jiang Hai, Luo Binci on the other side said. "Alright, now is the time for the Parnan Ranch's cattle to appear. We all know that Parnan Ranch's old par is almost 70 years old, and it seems like he finally wants to spend his old age in peace. He only has one daughter, and it seems like his daughter doesn't want to take over his ranch, so he wants to sell these cattle. We all know that these cattle that old par feeds with refined drinks and naturally won't have any problems. There are a total of 30 cattle, 1 adult bull, and 23 cows. 5 of them are pregnant, and 6 calves are less than a year old. Now, let's start the auction. We'll auction them all together, and if the price doesn't reach old par's expectations, we'll auction them separately." The auctioneer glanced at the old man who came in with the herd of cows. After getting his approval, he spoke loudly. The people here were all familiar with the old man's background. Naturally, they knew that the old man was good at raising cattle. This batch of cattle, at least, would not be cheated. So, from the beginning, these people were quick to bid. The starting bid for 30 cows was $30,000, but in just a minute, it had risen to $42,000. Robin seemed to be very interested in these cows. 45,000. When someone in the distance raised the price to $44,900, Robbins added another $100. Looking at Jiang Hai, Birkdahl said, "These cows are all good cows. Look at those 5 cows. It won't be long before they give birth. After a year, they will be ready to be sold. No matter how good the quality is, this batch of cows is equal to 35 cows." Looking at Jiang Hai, Birkdahl said, "Of course, the most important thing is that old par is really good at raising cattle. The veins on the meat of these cows, the bull, and the cows are all quite good. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll be easy to slaughter them for top-grade meat. When the time comes, the price of these beef will skyrocket." At this moment, Philemon craned his head over and said with an excited expression. As mentioned before, American beef was divided into 8 grades. The price of the highest grade beef was truly outrageous. The price of a pound of top-grade beef was $300 to $500. For example, a cow weighed an average of 800 kilograms, which was 1,600 kilograms or 2,000 pounds. The percentage of meat produced was 65%. If 1,300 pounds of top-grade beef were sold at 10%, that would be 130 pounds. A pound of top-grade beef was sold at an average price of $370 per pound. Just 1/10 of a cow's top-grade meat would sell for more than $40,000, which was close to $50,000. What about the other types of beef? Even if they couldn't sell for such a high price, a second-grade beef wouldn't be considered expensive for more than $100. A third-grade beef would be around $50. The standard beef would be around $8, and if sold, it would be around $6. If a cow was raised well, it would be worth almost $100,000. Of course, half of that would come from its top-grade meat. For Robin's, Old Par's cows had the potential to become top-grade cows. As for Jiang Hai, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but grin. Other people might wonder if the cows he raised would lose money, but Jiang Hai didn't care at all. With the combination of his blood, these cows would definitely be the best when they were slaughtered in the future. They would be so good that it would make people's hair stand on end. Today's first update, 2 chapters in a row. Chapter 34. Jiang Hai wasn't sure if the slaughter rate of the cattle would increase, but he had a feeling that the cattle he raised would definitely be worth more than 10%. What if it reached 15%? Most importantly, the rest of the meat was probably not too bad either. If there were only some leftovers, other than the best quality, there was only the best quality beef. Then, how much would this cow be worth? $200,000 wasn't too expensive. 20,000 cows, each worth $200,000. How much would that be? 2 billion, and it was in US dollars. Even if he paid all the taxes, Jiang Hai would still have half of it left. 1 billion. How many years would it take for him to recoup his losses? Jiang Hai suddenly felt that he had regretted it because he was too stupid. What was money? Money was a bastard. As long as he wanted to, he could earn it at any time. Since cows could earn him $1 billion a year, what about fishing? Other people raised fish mainly for cod, herring, and catfish. Indeed, the price of these fish wasn't high. But what if he didn't raise these fish? What if he were to raise Atlantic salmon or even tuna? Not to mention the legendary bluefin, just the yellowfin alone would earn him several $billion a year. What? This thing couldn't be artificially raised? That was for other people, but for Jiang Hai, this was no problem at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai felt his heart pounding in his chest. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have found a treasure trove. Jiang Hai didn't care about the subsequent auctions, but Robbins kept raising his hand. He bought more than 90% of the Angus cattle. This was Boston, the eastern part of the country. Animal husbandry was already at an end here. It had been a long time since a large farm bought so many animals. So, although he bought 90% of the Angus cattle, Robbins only bought a total of 1,200 Angus cattle. However, the quality of these cattle would naturally be better than the ones recommended by Lehman. This was inevitable. After buying these cattle, there was still a gap of $19,000. After a simple lunch, some farm owners came over in the afternoon. They picked some people they trusted and knew well. The 4 of them drove around their ranches a few times. In the afternoon, they ordered another 3,900 cattle. Altogether, they had 5,100. Almost all the Angus cattle in the area that could be swept, or to be exact, the good ones, had been swept clean. The rest would be handed over to Lehman. Of course, if they were not satisfied with Lehman's cattle, they could refuse at any time. In the evening of the same day, Jiang Hai and the 2 F-750s pulled a huge handcart and pulled the 5,100 cows that they had selected beforehand back to their manor. On the other side, Bell and Harriman had already prepared the cowshed. After the cows got off the cart, they let them calm down and familiarize themselves with the pasture that they would be staying in later. Before the sky turned completely dark, the cows were sent to the cowshed. However, this matter wasn't over yet. These cows would have to work for a while tonight. Fortunately, these people were very familiar with the pasture. In the evening, Philemon, Burke-Dollar, and Harriman didn't sleep. Instead, they prepared the fodder in the cowshed to see if the cattle could adapt to the new environment. As the owner of the ranch, Jiang Hai also came to take a look. Strangely, after Jiang Hai came, the noisy cattle became well-behaved and worked hard to eat the fresh grass that Jiang Hai sent over. Obviously, these people didn't know that Jiang Hai had also dripped his blood in the pile of fresh grass. This was what he had prepared for a long time. After all, it was the legendary dragon's blood. Therefore, Jiang Hai didn't do too much. He just diluted the blood and mixed it with water at a ratio of 1 to 100,000. Then, he took advantage of the time in the past few days to water some of the grass on the grassland. But there was no other way, there was too much grass. Jiang Hai had been watering the grass for the past few days, but he only watered about 1/20th of the grass. However, it was obvious that the grass that was watered with blood grew much better than other grass. The grass that he sent over today was the grass over there. When he finished his pasture, that place would become a paradise for cattle. But now, it was not clear whether it would be a paradise for cattle, but it was certain that it would be a paradise for insects. When Jiang Hai went over at night, there were tens of thousands of fireflies lying on the grass, illuminating the place as if it were daytime. Seeing this, Jiang Hai wondered if he should raise some chickens to get rid of these insects. How troublesome. But in any case, the cattle finally quieted down. The next morning, when Jiang Hai woke up, he found that the Siam wolf mastiff and the Caucasus, who had been sleeping there for a day and a night, had already woken up. Compared to the day before yesterday, these two fellows were much more energetic than they were back then. Although the Caucasus still looked very silly, its eyes were indeed much brighter than before. As for the Siam wolf mastiff, it did not change much, but its originally messy hair was now much smoother. When it looked at other things, it still had the same silent expression, but when it looked at Jiang Hai, it was much gentler. Looks like it's a success. Looking at the two guys in front of him, Jiang Hai chuckled, then walked to the Caucasus cage. After opening the cage, the Caucasus jumped out. After it came out, it sniffed around carefully, then quickly ran out of the villa. Just as Jiang Hai was wondering what it was doing, it quickly went to the toilet in the open space outside. After it was done, it walked in leisurely. Boom boom, boom boom. The Caucasus walked in and squatted in front of Jiang Hai, shouting excitedly, but did not do anything else. Seeing its appearance, Jiang Hai smiled. It seemed that this guy had finished evolving. Lie down, shake hands, and turn around. Looking at the Caucasus, Jiang Hai smiled and began to issue orders. The Caucasus might have heard similar orders in the past, but it shouldn't have been able to understand them in the past. But now, it almost understood. Under Jiang Hai's instructions, it began to do these animals. Although sometimes the movements were wrong, as long as Jiang Hai corrected it once, it would know what to do. Jiang Hai could not help but smile. This result was naturally the best. You are so big, and you have fur all over your body. Your ancestry is from Russia. Well, why don't I call you Old Harry? It sounds a little silly. What should I call you? Big Black? Big Hair? Or Big Fool? Jiang Hai touched the head of the Caucasus in front of him. Since he had decided to raise it, he naturally had to give it a name, but this name did not seem to be easy to come up with. He really did not have any talent in naming. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a satisfactory answer. In Jiang Hai's memory, the names of dogs were mainly based on their color, such as Xiao Bai, Big White, Little Black, Little Yellow, and so on. But Big Black was a little silly. Looking at the dog's head in front of him, which was almost as big as a bear's head, Jiang Hai rubbed it hard and suddenly thought of a name. Why don't you call you Xiao Bai? What a good name. Jiang Hai patted the head of the Caucasus and said with a serious face. Calling a large Caucasus dog that was almost 2 meters tall Xiao Bai when it stood up. Well, Jiang Hai's bad taste escalated. Okay, it's settled. You'll be called Xiao Bai. Jiang Hai said with a smile as he rubbed the head of the Caucasus again. After naming the Caucasus, Jiang Hai could not help but prepare to name the green wolf mastiff behind him. But when he turned his head, he found that the green wolf mastiff was no longer in the cage. It was already outside and was using the toilet. When it saw Jiang Hai looking at it, the green wolf mastiff slowly walked back and squatted outside the cage. *CK, it became a spirit. Didn't they say that spirits were not allowed after the founding of the country? Everyone said that Tibetan mastiffs were stupid, but this green wolf mastiff's intelligence seemed to have increased by leaps and bounds after this evolution. Just now, it only saw him open the cage once, and it actually remembered it. And it could even open the cage with its paws. That was too scary. Feeling that Jiang Hai seemed to be paying attention to it, the green wolf mastiff couldn't help but open its mouth. Then, it walked in front of Jiang Hai and took the initiative to lie down, exposing its belly to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai had heard before that when an animal exposed its belly to another animal, it was firstly to show goodwill and submission, and secondly, to act coquettishly. Looking at the green wolf mastiff in front of him, he knew without thinking that this guy would not choose the second path. It could only choose the first path. "You're really smart." Looking at the green wolf mastiff in front of him, Jiang Hai scratched its belly. Feeling the trembling of the green wolf mastiff, Jiang Hai chuckled. It seemed that this green wolf mastiff was still not used to interacting with humans. "Since you're also out, I'll give you a name too. Its fur is black, so it's called Xiao Bai. Then your fur is gray, so you'll be called Xiao He. How about Xiao Qing? Forget it, you're not a snake." Jiang Hai scratched his head. He really didn't know how to come up with names. "How about you be called Xiao Huang?" "Okay, that's a good name, let's call you Xiao Huang." In the end, as if he had made up his mind, Jiang Hai patted the green wolf mastiff's head and decided on a name that looked good to him. The Black Caucasus was called Xiao Bai. It was imaginable. After all, black and white were opposites. But this green wolf mastiff had no yellow on its body, so it was called Xiao Huang. Was this a good name? Unfortunately, Jiang Hai thought that it was a good name. Then, he happily led the two big dogs out of his villa. But just as he walked out, he saw Belle walking towards the cowshed. When he saw the two guys, he was shocked. To be exact, when he saw Xiao Huang, he was shocked. He didn't understand why Jiang Hai let it out. Today's second update, continuous release. Chapter 35. Hey, boss, it's dangerous. Looking at Goldie in front of him, Belle looked at it with vigilance, and at the same time, he stretched his hand to his back. In the United States, even ordinary people have a gun license, not to mention Belle, who just retired from the Triangle State. Not to mention him, in Jiang Hai's manner, except for Harriman, who was not issued a gun license by the United States government, everyone else has a gun. But the older generation prefers to play with shotguns, double-barreled shotguns, the kind that is extremely powerful. However, Belle has a complete set of guns, pistols, submachine guns, rifles, shotguns, and so on. But except for him, it's difficult for others to buy rifles and submachine guns. And ordinary people are not allowed to carry guns. For example, Jiang Hai, if he applies for a gun license, he can only put it at home or in the trunk. If he carries it on his body and is caught by the police, it will be a big deal. If he is caught near the school, it will be a big deal. Seeing Goldie in front of him, Belle subconsciously reached for his gun. But before he could do so, Goldie had already dashed towards him. His speed was so fast that it made Belle's hair stand on end. While he was still holding his gun, Goldie had already reached his feet. Goldie instantly stood up, opened his mouth, and bit towards Belle. Seeing Goldie's mouth, Belle's eyes instantly widened. He felt that if he was bitten, he would definitely die. come back. But at this moment, Jiang Hai suddenly issued an order. Goldie, at this critical moment, instantly shut his mouth. Then he turned around and returned to Jiang Hai's side. Although he still maintained his silence, the ferocity from before was completely gone. As for Bale, he found that his forehead was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. Don't worry, it won't bite people, as long as you don't point your gun at me or it in the future. Patting Goldie's head, Jiang Hai chuckled. Bell hesitated for a moment, but he didn't take out the gun. Instead, he put it back because he didn't know if taking out the gun now would provoke Goldie again. After all, he was only carrying a Glock 17 for self-defense today. Who knew if the bullet would have any effect on Goldie, which was about the size of a bear? After seeing that it didn't seem to be a threat, Bell hesitated for a long time before putting the gun back. He chose to believe in Jiang Hai, the boss who could tame this beast in just 2 days. Alright, boss. If it can be so obedient in the future, it will undoubtedly become our best security guard. Bell let out a long sigh and said to Jiang Hai. Upon hearing his words, Xiaofan glared at him, stood up, and called out softly. Then, he led the frightened Caucasian away. Watching the 2 dogs leave, Jiang Hai stood up again and looked at Bell. It's so early, where are you going? Jiang Hai clapped his hands and asked Bell. Early? Boss, we've been up for almost 3 hours. I just went back to get the gun. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bell chuckled, looked at his watch, and said to Jiang Hai. Huh? 3 hours? Hearing Bell's words, Jiang Hai glanced at his phone. It's only 8:00 in the morning. Doesn't that mean they got up at 5 o'clock? It's not that easy to be a cowboy. Seeing Jiang Hai's surprised look, Bell chuckled. Then he told Jiang Hai about the issue of their sitting time. As a cowboy, it was impossible for him to sleep in when he had a job. Every morning, they had to wake up early to let the cows out. Otherwise, the cows wouldn't have enough to eat. At the same time, they had to clean the cowshed and dispose of the cow dung. No one would be naive enough to think that these tasks would be completed quickly. Basically, some ordinary people's farms will start working around 6 o'clock, and that's only taking care of a few dozen or even a dozen cows. For Jiang Hai's more than 5,000 cows, getting up at 5 o'clock is considered early. If the remaining 15,000 cows come, they may have to get up an hour earlier. The adaptability of these cows is really strong. It's only been 1 night, and they have completely calmed down. Uncle Robin said that we can let them out to take a look first. So, I went back to get the lassos. If any of the cows leave the herd, we can catch them back. But now that we don't have horses, it's a bit troublesome. Seeing the curious Jiang Hai, Bell also smiled and said. Hearing Bell's words, Jiang Hai nodded secretly. It seems that the self-awareness of his men is still very good. Anyway, he has nothing to do now, so he followed Bell to the cowshed. When he arrived there, he found that the grassland not far from the cowshed is now dark. The cows are eating grass with their heads down, and Robins and others are riding several all-terrain vehicles, surrounding the place. But the all-terrain vehicles are too short. It's okay to patrol the manor, but it's a bit powerless to see the cows. Because sitting in the vehicle, they can't see the situation in the herd, which makes these old cowboys a little annoyed. Next to him, Edward also came to help at this time, but for now, he doesn't have much to help. Hey, boss, you are here. Seeing the arrival of Jiang Hai, Robins rode the all-terrain vehicle to him and said with a smile, "Look at our cows, TSK, it's great. It's only been 1 night, but they are already familiar with this grassland. It seems that our grass is great. Bullshit, grass is good, it's my blood that's good." Hearing Luo Binsi's words, Jiang Hai whispered in his heart. The nearby pasture was watered with his blood, plus the grass that was delivered last night. That's why these guys were so quiet. Otherwise, do you think these cows wouldn't make a fuss? Let them out? Generally, such a new cow will not be released without a week's time to adapt, because they will run around when they are released. It's not like now, they are released directly the next day. It's you who chose well. Is there any problem with the cows? Is there anything I can do? As the boss, do I need to do something? Looking at robins in front of him, Jiang Hai asked him. There is no problem with the cows for the time being. We need to look after the cows. If the boss is willing, you can go to the cowshed and clean it. Harriman is there. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, robins thought for a moment. Foreigners rarely speak politely. Since you said you want to help, then they will really think about whether there is anything you can do. Looking after the cows is naturally impossible. After all, if the cows blow up the herd, or if a few cows run out, these people need to rope them back, but Jiang Hai doesn't know how to play with ropes, so he can only help to clean the cowshed. Okay. Hearing Robin's words, Jiang Hai nodded and walked into the cowshed in the distance, but just as he walked in, Jiang Hai came out faster than when he went in. This cow is too smelly, cough, is there a mistake? Did I go into a manure pit? Lying on the grass in the distance, Jiang Hai was a little unconscious just now. The cowshed was too smelly, it was so smelly that it made people's hair stand on end. Since he came to the United States, he has not smelled such a bad smell. Boss, what's wrong with you? At this time, Harriman, who was working in the cowshed, also came out. Unlike Jiang Hai, he was wearing a gas mask on his face. It seems that these cowboys have been prepared for this for a long time. Cough, let me see if there is anything I can help with. After taking a few deep breaths and slowly calming down, Jiang Hai said to Harriman. To be honest, he was really polite this time, because at the same time, his feet were moving out. Oh, it's almost done. When I worked in the ranch before, although I already knew about the cleaning machine, the previous boss was not willing to spend the money to buy it, so I could only use a rake to clean it bit by bit, which was very uncomfortable. But now, with the machine, you only need to push it in a circle, and the speed is much faster. I'm almost done now. If the cows come in the future, and the boss wants to come and help, I may be too busy by then. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Harriman began to speak slowly. In fact, Jiang Hai also knew about Harriman's situation. He was not born like this. When he was young, he lived in Winthrop, and his family ran a family farm. He was not smart, but he was not stupid either. He was just an ordinary child. When he was 13 years old, he went to Boston with his parents, but there was an accident of robbery, and the robbers killed his parents. Perhaps he was stimulated, so his brain became a bit dull. It had always been like this. If it were not for the many old people in the town who were friends with his family and helped him from time to time, he might have starved to death. When he was 16 years old, there was an old cowboy in the town who began to teach him cowboy work, so that he could have one more skill and would not starve in the future. After so many years, although the old cowboy had died, Harriman had practiced it. He hardly spoke to outsiders, but he liked to chat with people who were familiar with him. Although he spoke slowly, he really liked to talk. In his eyes, Jiang Hai was a good person, who let him sleep in a big house, eat delicious food, and give him money. Therefore, he liked Jiang Hai very much. As long as he could do something, he would naturally do it well to repay Jiang Hai. Well, I won't make trouble. Do it well. After patting Harriman's shoulder, Jiang Hai left. He really did not want to go to that place again. It was hell, hell, hell. Important things should be repeated 3 times. There will be a recommendation tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. I've waited for almost a month, vomiting blood. Chapter 36. Who? As a warm current flashed through his chest, Jiang Hai let out a long breath. Looking at himself in the mirror in front of him, Jiang Hai moved his body and looked at the scales that had grown more and more. The corners of his mouth unconsciously grinned. Sure enough, it seems that in addition to the ability of plants and the environment, it also has an effect on the energy of animals. Looking at the newly grown scales on his body, Jiang Hai said with some excitement. Today is the 7th day of his cattle ranch, and yesterday, the 15,000 cattle he ordered also arrived. After the inspection by Robbins and others, there were a total of 15,200 cattle. In the end, they kept 14,300 cattle. Although it was still less than 20,000, there was no need to buy any more. 20,000 was just an approximate number. All the damaged, sick, and not very healthy cattle were returned by them. This is not uncommon in the cowboy business. After all, when buying cattle, it is inevitable to choose carefully. Jiang Hai doesn't understand this, but Robbins and others, in order to please Jiang Hai, who may be their boss in the future, are very attentive. Almost all the cattle that may not be good were picked out. In this regard, Lehman can only curl his lips. There is no other way, but this large commission is enough to let him live for a few years. Finally, before Lehman left, he specially gave Jiang Hai a flock of sheep, a total of 1,000. Sheep are not expensive in the United States. Compared to mutton, people in the United States prefer to eat beef and see fish meat. Mutton is not very popular, but in the eyes of cowboys, mutton is very good, especially cowboys who like to roast it. The taste of roasted whole sheep is quite good. Jiang Hai naturally also likes to eat roasted whole sheep, but in China, the price of this thing is quite expensive. Just a leg of lamb costs more than 300 yuan. The price of roasted whole sheep is somewhat expensive. But here, he can eat to his heart's content. Here, these 1,000 sheep are not used to sell, but to eat, so it doesn't matter. After arranging all the livestock, Jiang Hai found a problem. One is the problem of the scales on his body. These days, there are almost no scales on his body. When he grows 3 scales a day, he has to use a drop of blood to dilute it and then water the lawn. After these days of hard work, at least the lawn near the cowshed has been watered. The grass is more lush and growing faster. At the same time, it contains more and more energy. The speed of growth of the cattle is obviously faster, but after all, it has only been a week, so it is not too obvious. As for these new cows, after eating the grass over there, they became much more docile and peaceful. But originally, when there are 5,000 cattle, Jiang Hai felt that the speed of his scales has increased. From the original 3 scales a day, it has increased to more than 3 scales a day, almost 4 scales a day. But he thought that it was just his illusion, but when all the cattle and sheep entered the manor, he found that it was not an illusion. Originally, he would only grow 1 scale every 8 hours, but now, he can grow 1 scale every 3 hours. In other words, the current Jiang Hai is growing 8 scales a day. A whole snake has 1,080 scales. If Jiang Hai does not use the scales at his current speed, it will only take 135 days for him to upgrade. And this is only for cattle, if he also raises fish. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai's eyes can't help but brighten up. It seems like there is hope for him to upgrade. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Hai's mouth could not help but curl up. However, this is all nonsense now. What he needs to do now is to change the pasture. This is the most important thing. According to the current size of the pasture, he estimated that he will need to spend another 200 drops of blood to complete the transformation. 200 drops of blood is equivalent to 600 scales. Although he is a little reluctant, he can only slowly transform it. Even if he feels a little uncomfortable, he still has to make money after buying this place. Phew. After letting out a long breath, Jiang Hai put on his bathrobe again and walked out of the bathroom. Standing in his room, he stretched, casually turned on the TV, and then leaned against his bed. There, Xiaobai and Goldie were lying there, dozing off. Feeling Jiang Hai leaning over, the two dogs did not hide but just changed to a comfortable position and lay down. At the same time, they turned their heads and looked at the 3D TV in the distance. As for Jiang Hai, he was thinking about what to do tomorrow. These days, he basically lived the same life every day. Every morning, he would wake up to eat breakfast, feed the dogs, and then go to fetch water. He would mix his blood in the water and water the pasture. At noon, he would come back to rest. In the afternoon, he would stay at home to watch TV, play games, play on his phone, and play on the computer. Anyway, he could not help Luo Binci and the others. If it were not for the fact that Luo Binci and the others occupied all the cars and he had work to do, he really wanted to get a car to play on the beach. If he had to walk there, it would be too far. At night, he brought some barbecued meat back from Philip's house. After feeding the two dogs, he sat on the balcony, eating barbecued meat while drinking beer, enjoying the night breeze, and looking at the stars. This was a beautiful life. Of course, if it was someone else, they might feel a little bored. However, for Jiang Hai, who was used to staying at home, there was nothing wrong with it. This kind of life could be said to be the life he dreamed of. Ring 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 ring. At this moment, the phone beside his bed rang. It was not his phone, but the internal phone of the manor. Jiang Hai tilted his body and let Goldie out from under his body. Goldie ran to the phone and held it in its mouth. After taking the phone, Jiang Hai pressed the answer button. "Hello, boss, this is Luo Binci. I want to ask, when are we going to buy horses?" Hearing Jiang Hai answer the phone, Luo Binci also shouted. Hearing Luo Binci's words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. If Luo Binci did not mention it, he would have almost forgotten about buying horses. Any time. A horse was very important to a cowboy. Although the all-terrain car was good, fast, and had a long range, it had many disadvantages. First, it was not bad in terms of speed. Second, it was too short. It was good to patrol the fence, but if one wanted to see the cows, one's vision would be severely damaged. Third, this cold machine also made people very uncomfortable. Jiang Hai had heard about the problems with horses from Belle, but he had been studying how to improve the pasture recently, and the others did not have time, so he could only temporarily put it on hold. Then let's do it tomorrow. There are too many cows coming back. Although they are more docile now, no one knows what will happen when they are released. Let's stay in the cowshed for a few more days. After a few days, the cattle dogs will be able to be used. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Luo Binci immediately went on to say. If he were to buy these things, he would pay attention to everything. The first was the cows, the second was the horses, like dogs, cars, and so on. In his heart, they could only be at the back. That's fine, let's do it tomorrow. Thinking about it, he had nothing to do tomorrow, Jiang Hai agreed. Then let's do it tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Hai agree, Luo Binci also said happily, then hung up the phone. After that, Jiang Hai looked at the phone for a while, played with it for a while, and then went to sleep. As for the two big dogs, they also lived in Jiang Hai's room, but they knew that if they wanted to go to the toilet, they had to go outside. Moreover, they would not eat in Jiang Hai's room. The next morning, it was very early for Jiang Hai. He woke up at around 8 o'clock in the morning and went to Mrs. Philemon's place to eat spaghetti. Originally, Jiang Hai liked Western food very much. After all, in China, these things were considered luxury goods. Even a meal with kaifeng cost more than 100 yuan. With his previous income, to be honest, he was reluctant to spend so much money. It was not easy to come to the United States, and these things were cheap. Wouldn't he eat until he had enough? Therefore, he had been eating these things for the past few days. Mrs. Philemon made them. Although they were not hamburgers or anything, the calories were not small. Jiang Hai was not afraid of getting fat. After all, his physical fitness was constant now. This was the human limit. Now, he somewhat missed the tofu pudding, pancakes, fried dough sticks, and so on that he used to eat. The problem was that he did not know how to make these things, and Mrs. Philemon did not know how to make them either. He could not stand the sweet and sour taste of them all the time. After eating today's breakfast of spaghetti and sausages, Jiang Hai left with Luo Binci, who had finished his work. Because the driver's license was still waiting, Jiang Hai could only look at it and not drive. He drove a Ford F-750 out of the ranch. This time, he didn't drive to Winthrop, but to Boston. After all, Winthrop was a small town by the sea. There were a lot of people there who collected fish, sold motorboats, and sold small boats. There were a lot of people there. However, there were no people who sold horses. If there was a typhoon or something like that, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the people who sold horses basically had to go inland. After driving for about half an hour, Luo Binci's car slowly stopped. A large ranch also appeared in front of Jiang Hai. However, unlike Jiang Hai's ranch, which raised cattle, the ranch here was full of horses. In other words, this was the legendary horse ranch. After parking the car in front of the gate, Luo Binci and Jiang Hai jumped out of the car. At this time, a person walked out of the manor in the distance. "Hi, Bob, it's me." Seeing this person, Luo Binci smiled and waved his hand. After the other party saw Luo Binci, he was stunned for a moment. Then, with a smile, he walked over quickly. "I thought who drove the monster to my manor. I thought it was those monkeys in Boston. I didn't expect it to be you, old man." Walking in front of Luo Binci, the two thumped each other's chest and said loudly. Chapter 37. Let me introduce you, this is our boss. After greeting the man named Bob, Robin said to him with a smile. Hearing Robin's words, old Bob also shook hands with Jiang Hai happily. Although old Bob doesn't know Jiang Hai, the recent sale of the Green Forest is quite famous in this area. Many people have heard the news about Jiang Hai. In the United States, the people who can't be offended are the rich. Of course, it doesn't rule out that there are some hotheads. "Hello, my name is Bob George, the owner of this horse farm." When shaking hands with Jiang Hai, Bob also introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Jiang Hai, you can call me Jiang, or you can call me Hai." Hearing Bob's words, Jiang Hai also smiled and said. Seeing that the two had finished introducing themselves, Robins also chimed in. "Bob, this time we are here to buy some horses." Looking at Bob, Robin said while looking at the horse farm behind. "I know. I heard that Lehman recently sent 15,000 cows to the Green Forest. It's big news in this area. Let's go. Let's see which little guys are lucky enough to be seen by you." Hearing Robin's intention, old Bob chuckled. He was already prepared, so without saying a word, he took everyone directly to the horse barn behind. According to what Robin said, Bob's horse farm should be the largest in the area, and there was no one else who could compete with it. There are more than 1,000 horses in the entire horse farm, which are dedicated to the farms and ranches in the east. They are responsible for the sale of horses. Raising horses is the ancestral craft of Bob's family. Even some of the horses in the West are imported from him. Recently, the ranching industry in the United States has not been very prosperous, so he now has some intentions to enter the horse racing industry. But from the looks of it, the situation wasn't too ideal. While listening to Robin's introduction, Jiang Hai and Robins walked into the horse farm. As soon as they walked in, many horses that were grazing in the distance saw them. These horses were already accustomed to the presence of humans, so they just looked up and continued to graze. Robbins, on the other hand, was staring at these horses. Robbins, on the other hand, was staring at these horses. If you want to buy a horse, have you thought about what kind of horse you want? At this moment, Bob couldn't help but turn his head and ask the two. There were 4 huge stables in front of him. Looking at the decorations of the stables, he knew that the horses inside were different. What's the difference between horses? Hearing Bob's words, Jiang Hai asked Robbins in a low voice. Jiang Hai, like most people, didn't have a special understanding of horses. He only knew about horses when he was playing games or reading novels. For example, the famous Fergana horse in the country, the 3-in-1 horse, the Iranpare horse, and so on. But when it comes to the real difference, he really doesn't know it. Although Jiang Hai's voice wasn't loud, Bob still heard it clearly. He chuckled and said to Jiang Hai, different breeds of horses naturally have different prices. If it's a common wild horse or a flower horse, then it would be much cheaper. But if it's a purebred horse, then it would be much more expensive. The so-called wild horses were not really wild horses. After all, although there were many wild horses in North America, there were not many of them. In the United States, all wild animals were protected. This was inevitable. The wild horses here were actually the breeds left behind after the early wild horses were domesticated. As for the flower horse, it was the result of the crossbreeding of wild horses and domestic horses. It was a horse with different flower colors on its body. These horses are not fast and are not strong, but they are easy to raise. They can be used to work and can also be ridden. Generally, family ranches and the like use such horses. In addition to these horses, there are some purebred horses. These horses are much more expensive. Among the 4 stables, this one is for wild horses and flowery horses. The one in the middle is for quarter horses. If I say it's a ranch, quarter horses are enough. As for the last 2 stables, the one in the middle is for pure-blooded horses and the one in the last one is for racehorses. Although they haven't won any prizes, they are racehorses. Seeing Jiang Hai's puzzled look, Bob continued to speak. In fact, according to Robin's idea, the best horse for herding horses is Quart. Of course, the main buyer is Jiang Hai. If he wants to buy a wild horse or a flower horse, it's okay, but those purebred horses and racehorses can't be herded. Let's go see purebred horses and racehorses. Sure enough, when Jiang Hai heard about purebred horses and racehorses, he did not consider quarter and flower horses. Although he is almost out of money, he should still have enough money to buy horses. Racehorses and purebred horses are different from general herding horses. Most of these horses are hot-blooded, so their endurance is not strong. They are only suitable for sprinting and racing. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bob took them to the purebred stables, but when they left, Robbins deliberately walked to Jiang Hai's side and whispered to him. Hearing Robin's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. Horses have so many things to say. Isn't the better the horse, the better it is? Seeing Jiang Hai's eyes, Robbins couldn't help but smile. It seems that Jiang Hai really doesn't know anything. Horses are also divided into many kinds. The so-called herding horses, first of all, need strong physical strength and endurance. It's useless to run fast for a short distance. You have to run for a long time. Secondly, you can't be too picky about what you eat. Looking at Jiang Hai, Robbins continued. In fact, he was quite reserved. In fact, a good horse, after bringing it home, is almost the same as bringing back an ancestor. Not to mention riding it out for a stroll, just the daily money for feed, grooming, and taking care of it, you have to hire a person to take care of it. Those horses that will appear in international competitions have at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Those horses are really piled up with money. Besides participating in competitions, these horses are extremely precious and will never be allowed to do anything else. But now the horses that Robins wants are not ancestors, but for herding, they have to pay attention. Hearing Robin's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. He really didn't know there were so many twists and turns in this. But since he has already said it, he is going to take a look. Anyway, he is not going to buy these horses. Of course, Bob also knows that with Robins here, he can't let his boss buy these horses. So he didn't plan to take Jiang Hai to see the horse race at all. Instead, he went directly to the third stable, which is the stable for famous horses. No matter how expensive the horses are, they still need to eat and shit, so the smell in the stable is smaller than the cowshed, but it is limited and is basically within the acceptable range. Walking into the stable, Jiang Hai saw a lot of horses in front of him, and Bob began to introduce them. This is the Arabian horse, a very ancient horse breed, and also known as the strongest horse breed. It can be said that almost 90% of the famous horses in modern times have the bloodline of this horse breed. It is known as the most beautiful horse. They were the ones that followed the Persian Empire to war. Walking in first, Jiang Hai saw a few horses. They were about 1.5 meters in height. These horses weren't very tall, but they were very beautiful. They had big eyes, pure white hair, and a very well-proportioned body. There were almost no variegated colors. They were very beautiful. This is a purebred horse, which is also the national horse of England. Its speed is almost the fastest among all horses, but its endurance is appalling. It can't run more than a few kilometers. It can't do anything other than horse racing. Behind the Arabian horse are the purebred horses. These horses dominate almost 90% of the horse races now, and they are the most expensive ones. Compared to the Arabian horse, this horse was taller. It was about 1.7 meters tall. Compared to the beauty of the Arabian horse, this horse could be described as majestic. The Arabian horse was like a beautiful woman, and this horse was like a hero. There was nothing wrong with its appearance. This is a Hanoverian horse. This horse is the best performing horse. It is courageous, strong, and very good at jumping obstacles. It is the best horse for dressage, but at the same time, it is not suitable to be a herding horse. This is the Sisi France horse, this is the Appaloosa horse, this is the Budiani horse. With Bob's introduction, Jiang Hai also felt that his eyes were a little dazzled. Bob's horse farm is worthy of being one of the largest horse farms in the Boston area. There are quite a variety of horses here. Almost all the horses that Jiang Hai has heard of and never heard of are here. However, all the horses are the same in Bob's mouth. These horses are sold to the rich people on Wall Street. Compared to a rancher like Jiang Hai, they are not suitable. While walking, the three of them came to the innermost part of the stable. There are a few horses here, and these horses made Jiang Hai a little curious. This horse is the favorite horse of the Wuxia people. No, it can be said that it is the favorite horse of the Asian people, a Har golden horse, also known as Fergana horse in Asia. Patting the white horse beside him, Bob said with a smile. Hearing Bob's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Fergana horse? As soon as he heard these words, he couldn't help but carefully look at the horse in front of him. But to be honest, Jiang Hai is not very optimistic about this horse. Because this horse looks, well, it is not very beautiful. Compared to an Arabian horse, it is not as gentle as an Arabian horse. Compared to a purebred horse, it is not as tall and mighty as a purebred horse. In short, it looks very strange. This is a short-haired horse. Except for the long mane at the back of the head, the hair on the body is not long, so its skin is like a Shar-Pei. Its face is very long, and the most important thing is that its ears are thin and long, growing straight on the head, almost like a rabbit's ears. It is very strange. Could it be that the guy who was called the Pegasus was this horse? Looking at the rabbit in front of him, Jiang Hai found it hard to believe. Today's update is now posted. Sigh, it is finally recommended. I want to cry. Chapter 38. Acker's Golden Horse, commonly known as the Fergana horse. Almost any encyclopedia would have a detailed description of this word. The most famous legend should be that during the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han did not hesitate to start a war for this horse. But in fact, this horse was not even in the top 10 of modern horse breeds. If it was not because of its reputation, it probably would not have much ability. This horse's reputation was much greater than its ability. This horse was average in all aspects. Its speed was average, and it did not run particularly fast. Its size was not too big, its strength was not too great, and its agility was above average. Its only advantage was its endurance. It was known to be an existence that could not run to death, but in front of the Mongolian horse, it was somewhat inferior. This horse was definitely not as fast as a purebred horse in a sprint, and certainly not as fast as a Mongolian horse in a long-distance race. It was only comparable to an Arabian horse, but the Arabian horse's reproductive ability was extremely strong. There was a population of this horse in the world, except for a few in Turkmenistan. So, people were helpless about this horse, and they knew too little about it. But in the case of non-purebred horses, this horse's strength, it was better to treat it as a pet. Looking at the horse in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled awkwardly. If he had to choose, he would rather choose an Arabian horse or a purebred horse than this horse. It was a bit too stupid to ride. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a big rabbit. Well, I don't think there will be a horse that you need here. Come with me, young man, I will let you see my carefully raised quat. Seeing Jiang Hai's gaze, Bob smiled and did not say much. He directly led Jiang Hai to the distance, but the moment they walked out of the stable, a huge horse's head suddenly stretched out from the side. Looking at the huge horse's head, Jiang Hai was shocked, because the horse's head seemed to be more than twice the size of the horse's inside. Hey, little guy, don't mess around. Seeing Jiang Hai, Bob, who was next to him, waved his hand and patted the huge head. Then the head stretched back, and in front of Jiang Hai's eyes, a huge monster whose shoulders were half a head taller than him and whose head was twice as tall as him walked out from the side. Every time this guy stepped on the ground would shake, but it seemed like it liked to play this game. This is a Shire horse, the most powerful horse in the world. It's a British horse that can pull things that weigh 5 tons. Looking at the big horse in front of him, Bob said with a smile. I only have 3 of these horses. I specially brought them back from Europe 3 years ago. These horses are extremely difficult to get. I worked hard for 2 years and only managed to give birth to this pony. Yes, you're right, this is a pony. It's only a little over a year old. Patting the horse's knee in front of him, Bob said with a smile, and Jiang Hai also looked up at the big horse. This time, it's really big, it can punch the opponent's knee with a jump. This horse is so big. Bob, this may offend you, but I still want to ask, is this horse for sale? Looking at the big horse in front of him, Jiang Hai raised his head and asked Bob in front of him. Since he saw this horse, he felt that this horse was very powerful. What do you want this horse for? Although this horse is easy to raise, it's too heavy, so there's no way to run fast. To be honest, any tractor is much heavier than the things it can pull. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bob froze for a moment and said strangely, although this horse was carefully bred by him. But don't forget, this is a horse farm. Except for a few extremely important horses that can't be sold, all the other horses can be sold, including this pony. If the owners of horse farms, dog farms, ranches, and fisheries were very concerned about their horses and wanted to name all of them, their business would have been closed a long time ago. No, 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 I won't let it work, I want to ride it for fun. Hearing Bob's words, Jiang Hai immediately said. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bob and Robbins couldn't help but froze for a moment. Fun, well, they actually ignored a big problem. Although Jiang Hai is not a rich man on Wall Street, he is also a young billionaire. It's not bad for him to have some fun. Okay, this horse is $50,000. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai threw away the helpless thoughts in his mind. Business is business, and the Americans have such a habit. As long as Jiang Hai can afford it and he is ready to sell it, it's fine. 50,000? Okay. Jiang Hai nodded. Originally, he thought that this horse would cost $100,000 or $200,000. If it was more than $1 million, he would have to consider it. But 50,000 is no problem. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, Bob also smiled. Although the income of a horse farm owner and rancher in the United States is not small, $50,000 is really a lot. His horse farm's net profit is about $100,000 a year. Excluding expenses, this horse is equivalent to his income for a quarter. After entering the second stable, Jiang Hai realized how valuable a $50,000 horse is. The horses in the second stable are all quarter, black, white, brown, and so on. There are all kinds of colors. Jiang Hai has seen such a purebred quarter before. In China, a horse like this can be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. But in the United States, such a purebred quarter horse, 3 to 5 years old, can only be sold for $17,000. Well, he knew that the rich people in China are being cheated, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. Jiang Hai did not hesitate to buy a $17,000 horse. He is not going to sell a 3 to 5 year old quarter horse or wild horse that only cost $1,000. He will buy a good one. Under Robbins's selection, he bought a total of 5 such horses. Robbins, Burke, Philemon, Harriman, and Bell each have one. This way, it will be much easier to graze. After paying for the horses with his card, Bob called a girl to help him load the cart. This girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She was quite good-looking, about 1.8 meters tall. Her skin was slightly dark, and she had a pair of big blue eyes. In addition, she had a head of blonde hair. Her small and exquisite facial features were very much in line with the aesthetic point of view of the Orientals. She has long straight legs, delicate facial features, and white skin. Well, no matter how tanned a white person is, they will still look white. There are also small freckles on her face, which really makes people's eyes light up. This is the first time Jiang Hai paid attention to a girl after coming to the United States. Hey, boss, this girl is not bad, right? She is Bob's youngest daughter. She seems to be in her second year of high school this year. She is studying in Boston. Robbins saw Jiang Hai's gaze, and he couldn't help but tease him. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai obviously rolled his eyes at him. Everyone likes beautiful girls, but he feels that at least for the time being, he is not going to fall in love. After all, he just got divorced not long ago, right? Although the marriage, in addition to making him a little angry, was only a transaction of 400,000 yuan, but when he returned the money, he had nothing to do with that side. Okay, it's all done. The destination is here. After loading the horses on Bob's Ford pickup, the girl walked over gently and asked Jiang Hai and Robbins. It's here. Glancing at the address in the girl's hand, Jiang Hai nodded. Although he hasn't been here for a long time, he still recognized the address clearly. After confirming the address, Jiang Hai didn't plan to go further, which made Robbins feel pity. Right, Robbins, you asked Bob to send the horses. What are we going to do? go back together? After the people on both sides got in the car, Jiang Hai asked Robbins. He was really curious. No, boss, you don't have a gun license, do you? Since we just came out today, let's apply for a gun license first. In the wild, there will always be some blind guys, such as some beasts and the like, breaking into our territory, so we need some self-defense weapons. We are okay, we have our own weapons, but boss, you don't. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins couldn't help but say to Jiang Hai. When he heard what he said, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned, then he smiled and nodded. Of course, he knew that Robbins hadn't finished talking yet. He raised the issue of guns early in the morning. Which man doesn't like guns? But in the United States, although it is legal to own a gun, you still need to apply for it. Anyone with a mental illness or a bad record on the FBI file can't apply. Of course, Jiang Hai doesn't have any doubts in this regard. The problem is that he can apply for it himself. Jiang Hai is unfamiliar with the place and it's not easy to do. He once told Belle about this, but at that time, Belle was also very busy. Robbins naturally heard Jiang Hai's words. Today, he finally had time to buy horses. Robbins originally planned to go directly to Boston to help Jiang Hai apply for a gun license. Hearing Robbins' words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but clap his hands excitedly. He finally has a gun. Boss, are you ready? Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Robbins smiled, then said something to Jiang Hai. Then he stepped on the accelerator and the car has already headed for the city of Boston. After about an hour or so, they came to the north side of Boston. Soon after they got off the highway, they arrived at a gun shop. Jiang Hai also glanced at the road sign here. Not far from here is the TD North Bank Garden. Of course, this is not a real garden, but a sports center. Usually, it is referred to as the North Bank Garden. The home of the most famous team in the NBA, the Boston Celtics, is here. Come on, boss, we are here. After parking the car, Robbins smiled at Jiang Hai. Today's second update. Continuous delivery. Looking for recommendations, looking for collections, looking for all the data, please everyone. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.